Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going a lot earlier today because I figured we had a lot of stuff happening. I'm up and at it. I've been up and at it for a while. I got to bed really, really early last night. For whatever reason, I was tired as heck. Fell asleep before like 10 o'clock, which I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know what the deal is, but I'm up and at it. And obviously, there's a lot to dive into today. A ton of things happening in the crypto space. We've got CPI data. We've got a ton of stuff with ETFs happening. We've got people talking about Ethereum and how it is just going to explode because Ethereum on exchanges has reached an all-time low. We had news come out yesterday that Solana ETFs could be being filed here later this month after Ethereum ETFs. We've got Germany selling Bitcoin. We got a ton of stuff going on. We've got Donald Trump attending Bitcoin Nashville. Yeah, Donald Trump. That is a token. Donald Trump is the person. Donald Trump attending Bitcoin Nashville will be a speaker at the event. This is, in my opinion, very, very bullish for crypto. Okay, extremely bullish. So there is just a lot going on right now in the space. And I figured, you know what? It's time for one of those mega live streams, one of those crazy lives where we can get into it, talk to you guys here, and obviously spend some time going over all the news and information. So welcome in, everybody. If you guys are listening here and watching on YouTube, we appreciate you. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. And if you're on X, if you're watching this on X and you're watching this through the post, go ahead and hit that like button and retweet this on X so a bunch of people see it. I definitely want to get this thing out there and in the open because I want to file people in here. Let's see who we got here in the chat. We've got Charles Cardano is moving, just saying. All right, yeah, we'll take a look at the overall market as well. Draggy, Matt Fury character is a dragon, friend of Hoppy. Okay, 2024 is the year of the dragon. Don't miss it, guys. I'm up 2x already. There you go, Johnny. What's up, man? FJB and all Democrats. All right, TC, what's going on, brother? Good morning, Zach. Car culture in the house. The greatest showman of all time is ultimately running this shift show. Great awakening. Get your popcorn ready. Digital revolutions in the house. We are watching a movie. Interesting. And we got a hater in the house. Hey, we welcome all the haters. Appreciate you guys too. Crypto sucks, lost 40 grand. Well, that's why you're upset because it looks like you've over leveraged yourself. That's something you cannot do. If you want to stay in crypto, you cannot over leverage yourself. You got to stay in the game, right? And you got to take it on the chin. You got to realize that it's you that made the mistakes. We've all been there before. Devo State, what's going on? Chewy on Solana. What's up, Gustavo? Yeah, we'll take a look at a bunch of different stuff. Jasmine's going to fly this bull run. What's up, Ben? How we doing, man? Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Let's dive into what we've got here this morning, and we'll take a look at the overall market to get things started here. And we'll start from here, but a lot to get into. Let me get rid of the banner here, the brand. There we go. We got the full screen working now. All right, here we go. So let's take a look at it. Fear and Greed Index up at 40 today. So we are on the 40 level, almost back into that neutral zone, guys. Almost back into that neutral zone. So far, so good with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is holding up pretty decently here. Now, there have been some analysts out there talking about Bitcoin holding up and that we could be getting ready for the next leg up. Keep in mind, Bitcoin did dial back to about 53,000 and some change not too long ago. All right. And currently, we are just about flat here today. We've got CPI data coming. Okay. CPI data will be coming here this morning. And we'll be covering that. These are some of the big news stories, which we'll get into here in just a little bit. But yeah, CPI data coming. That should be a big one for us. So CPI data is going to be obviously, a month behind. So this is CPI from June that we'll be getting today. And we'll take a look at that. Obviously, we'll probably stay on stream because normally we do our live streams starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. We've went an hour early here today because, well, there's a lot to talk about, and figured we'll just stay on for a while. So this is kind of the breakdown here. One of the biggest events for this week happening today, guys. The U.S. CPI is expected to release today at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. So we're about an hour away. Expectations are of 3.1%, while last month's CPI was 3.3%. Now, here's a few scenarios and how it could play out. CPI is higher than 3.1%. This would not be good for the market, given that the last time CPI data came lower than expectations. Higher than expected CPI will further delay the rate cut decision. This is one of the things we are watching and waiting for is rate cuts. Now, this is obviously, if we get higher than expected CPI, not good for risk on assets. So if we get a higher than expected CPI number, higher than that 3.1%, which is our kind of target here, we should probably see not only crypto dial back, but especially tech stocks and, higher risk assets within the stock market could also take a step back. Okay. Now, scenario number 2, CPI comes in right at 3.1%. This would be good because it'll meet expectations and the market should pump a little bit as it's still down from the last month and we're showing progress over time. This would indicate that things are going as planned and the Fed will plan on doing a few rate cuts later this year. Now, from what a lot of people are saying out there, people expecting rate cuts sometime in September. And there are some, informational pieces out there. I think one from Citibank that basically said, hey, we're expecting to see like 8 rate cuts starting in September and taking us all the way into 2025. If that happens, that is setting up for a huge Q4 and Q1. Now, one thing I'm doing as a crypto investor, I have been stacking my chips throughout this bear market in hopes that we would get that 5 to 6 month bull run similar to what we got back in 2021. And a lot of people's expectations are that if and when we get that bull run, it could be ignited in Q4 of this year and roll into Q1 of next year. And that is right now where I kind of sit with the market. That is where I'm trying to make the most gains. And I've said this quite a bit lately. Everything outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum for me is sellable in this bull cycle. Meaning, if it's not Bitcoin or Ethereum, I could see myself selling that asset at some point within Q4 and Q1 and having a profit-taking strategy that meets this is going to be something that I'm doing with every asset I get into. By the way, appreciate all the new people coming in. If you are on X, on Twitter, hit the retweet button, hit the like button, push this thing out for us. It's totally free. If you're on YouTube, obviously do the same thing. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. We appreciate you guys rocking with us. I know it's early here. Probably don't have a lot of West Coasters up yet, but maybe some early ones, maybe some early risers. But yeah, we're here for you guys. I'm up early. I wanted to get on here and start firing away. So here's some other things that we have. The last scenario here. If we get CPI coming in lower than 3.1%, which is our expectation, this will be the best case scenario, obviously, and should pump Bitcoin and crypto respectively. I think stocks would pump on this news as well, especially your tech stocks, your highly volatile stocks. It's crazy what's going on in the stock market right now. I mean, you've literally got, what do they call it? The Big 12 or whatever, like the big tech stocks basically propping up the entire S&P 500 right now. And really, if you really want to boil it down, it's like Nvidia, Apple, right? Microsoft, Google, Amazon. I mean, it's basically, that's what's happening right now. And I think this stuff will pump if we get a lower than expected CPI. And even if we meet expectations, it should be pretty bullish for the markets. And it says here, in this scenario, this is coming from, Crypto Ash here. In this scenario, they believe Bitcoin could pump $2,000 to $3,000 in a day just on this news if we come in lower. If we come in lower at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, which we're, about 55 minutes away from getting that information and news. Now, there's a lot of other things going on, which we'll get into. Obviously, CPI is going to be a big one for us today. We will circle back and focus on this as we get closer to that 8:30 mark. But in the comments section here, guys, let me know what you think is going to happen with CPI. I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on this. Where do you think we're going with CPI? I'm curious to hear you guys' take on this. Do you think we get scenario 1, scenario 2, or scenario 3? Meaning, do we get a lower than 3.1? Do we get meet expectation 3.1? Or do we come in higher than 3.1 here today with CPI? I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. We will resurface and come back to this. But, speaking of this point here, Bitcoin could potentially pump 2 to 3K. If we're taking a look at Bitcoin here on the weekly, so far having a really good week. Okay. And the reason why is we are showing consolidation. We are holding the line here. This is a weekly chart. Every candle's a weekly. And when you really zoom out, people freaking out about this dip. I mean, this is literally a blip on the radar so far. This is not that big of a deal at all. And we're showing strength after dialing back down, to like 53,000 and some change. So far, a nice green week here on this chart. And looking really, really good. So all in all, July has been a pretty bullish month for Bitcoin in general. It doesn't have to play out that way, obviously. But so far here on the weekly, it's looking really, really good. We got Megan in the house. Keep your spirits high. We're going to make it. I love it, Megan. I'd love your take on Draghi. Yeah, we'll take a look at it, Johnny. We'll get there, man. I respect the shill, brother, but we got a lot going on here in the macro. A lot going on in the macro. Everything is so bullish, but Bitcoin has been dumping for 3 months and alts are 89% down. Dude, you've got to have a longer term mindset. I can't stress this enough, Ultra. You're coming at this all too wrong. I mean, I'm sorry, but I've got to make an example of this because you are one of those people who are letting outside noises dictate their decisions, and you just can't do that. You got to have a long-term mindset in crypto. This is literally a blip on the radar. Dude, let me show you this. Do you think this little downside matters when you go ahead and look at the 1 month Bitcoin chart? When you go ahead and look at the 1 month Bitcoin chart of all time, okay, this is the 1 month Bitcoin chart of all time. And you're worried. What are you worried about? Look at this chart. You just don't have a long-term mindset. And I'm not calling you out. I'm using this as an example for everybody out there. Take a look at this chart. This is Bitcoin 1 month chart going back to 2011. And what do you see on this chart? You tell me what you see on this chart. Bitcoin is the best performing asset ever, bar none, in this time frame. Nothing has ever done better. So you're talking about dumping for 3 months. Who cares? Who cares? What is 3 months in the grand scheme of things? And I get the idea that you're just trying to make money fast. And I think this is one of the biggest issues we face in crypto. I'm looking at Bitcoin as the best investment vehicle. I'm 34 years old. From now until I retire and beyond, I'm not looking at it in a 3 month time frame. And altcoins obviously are going to follow Bitcoin. Guys, I'm not worried about this in the slightest. We got Ethereum, Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs now. I mean, our industry is being legitimized unlike ever before. We've got so many things to look forward to. We have so many institutions now interested in Bitcoin, so many big banks, BlackRock, the largest asset manager in the world. What are you worried about? What are you really worried about here? It's silly to me. It's really silly to me. So smash the like button, guys. Hit the heart on X. Retweet the space. I'm looking at X right now. How many retweets do we have? Not too many. Okay, here it is right here. We only have 9 retweets. If you're on X, guys, fire up the repost. Okay, share this because I want to get a bunch of people in here, a bunch of people's opinions. Fire up that repost. There's 10. We should have like 30 or 40 of those easily. Okay, so let's fire that up. Appreciate that. But yeah, Bitcoin's holding up 58,000 right now. Again, on the weekly, still looking pretty solid. Okay, that's the monthly chart. But I'm looking at this weekly chart thinking, you know what? We're still in a really good spot. And if we look at it on the weekly chart, we're still in a momentum up. We're still in a momentum up environment here. Dating back from January 2023, we're up 155% since our momentum up indicator flashed. That's my company, XT Algo, firing up those indicators. If you guys are interested in that, can definitely help you guys out. There's a big discount code in the description to get the best entry points in crypto if you're interested in checking that out. But yeah, Bone is at a premium discount, 100%. BlackRock starting Texas Stock Exchange, tokenizing assets. That's bullish. CPI comes in lower than expected. That would be huge. That would be huge. Millsy's in the house. What's up, Millsy? Hit them likes. Yes. Yes. RWA is what we've been waiting on since Bitcoin was born. BTC to back everything in the world. Tennessee Eco Man, appreciate that that comment, man. Yeah, this RWA narrative is heating up for sure, and it's only going to get bigger. I have a feeling CPI will be meeting expectations. I can see it. Man, you're up early this morning, Zach. AI Wolf, yeah, man. I got some really good sleep last night, and I just as soon as I get up, dude, I can't do anything else but think about crypto and think about growing our audience here, growing our base, and just giving the alpha and giving you guys information and just hanging out with you guys. I love it. So could we get a SHIB ETF at some point? Certainly. I think they're, we're going to get into some things with Solana ETF that came out yesterday, and things have been brewing already for Solana ETFs. We don't even have Ethereum ETFs out yet. So I think, sure, down the line, we can certainly see meme coin ETFs. Why not? Yeah, I got you, man. I think X will eventually work on that. Who is this dude? We gotta get this guy out of here. Don't click on anything from that Twitch guy, guys. And there's a bunch of people on Twitch posting stuff, and I can't. I don't have Twitch up, but don't click on any of those links. Dude, you remember that? Remember that freaking live stream? That thing was nuts. Yeah, that was back in November 2021. That was insane. Is 1 million casts enough? Hey, that whatever you like, man. Whatever you like. Yeah, that's that. Hey, early bird gets the worm, baby. Early risers. Yeah, I was up at 5:30 this morning on the East Coast. Fired up. I went to sleep at like 9:30. I fell asleep, and yeah, just fired it up. There was some great news that came out on X recently. They've got 31 states now that. I'm not sure if you guys saw this. 31 states that have filed their money transmitter licenses. Hey, there we go. 16 retweets. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming on X. Appreciate you guys. But that was big. Here's some other news that I thought was interesting. ALTCOIN Daily put this out. ETH supply on crypto exchanges is at an 8-year low. ETF launch in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Getting very, very close to that ETH launch, which obviously will be massive for the markets. We've got to get into a conversation about Donald Trump going to Bitcoin Nashville, too. That is something else we've got to get into, which we will. And I don't know if you guys caught my video I posted on YouTube yesterday talking about all of this and what this means in the grand scheme of things, but I had a feeling that something big was brewing. I had a feeling that something big was brewing. And I think I'm even going to change the title of the Crypto Breakfast Club, our space today. But we'll get into that in a little bit with the Trump stuff. By the way, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, dude, I don't know why I said dude. Guys, we do have the Crypto Breakfast Club. We meet here on X with the spaces at 9:30. So little, we're still a couple hours away almost, but that's going to be phenomenal. But yeah, we'll be covering CPI, ETFs, and Trump. So that should be fun. That should be a blast. But yeah, the whole ETF news, Ethereum news is bullish. ETH supply on crypto exchanges at an 8-year low. And then we had this headline come out early this morning already. Just in, CNBC Pro says Bitcoin is holding support and ready to make another run at a record. So this is coming in from CNBC Pro, professional trader or whatever you call it, whatever you want to call that here. Interesting, nonetheless. We'll see who's right and what we've got. But this news came out, I think, at some point yesterday, guys. This is huge, in my opinion. And we talked about this yesterday. And give me your guys' thoughts on this. What do you think this means for crypto? The fact that Donald Trump is going to be at Bitcoin Nashville, guys. I'm going to be there. If I have the chance to interview him and meet him, I've already sent 2 emails. I've made a phone call. I am going to try like hell to at least get 1 minute. Just ask a couple questions to the man. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need. That would be perfect. If we could just ask a couple questions. This is obviously, I think, bullish for crypto. Why? Because there are so many people not in crypto yet still follow everything Trump does. He's going to be speaking there. What is he going to be talking about? This is going to be something big to watch, I think. No matter what, I think this puts Bitcoin and crypto on the map even more. The fact that Trump is going to this event. Now, here's what's interesting. Let me take you to the Bitcoin Nashville website, because this is what I found very interesting. And we talked about this weeks ago. Okay, and we will be out there at the event. I want to find the actual site here. Donald Trump to speak at Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville. Here it is. He's been officially announced as a speaker at Bitcoin 2024, the world's largest Bitcoin conference, taking place in Nashville, Tennessee, July 25th to the 27th. By the way, I'm going to have a affiliate link probably by the end of the week for you guys who are interested in going to this. It'll get you a big discount too. I'm a media member out there. I'll be creating content for the event. This announcement marks a significant milestone for the event, which has earned a reputation for historic news and major industry announcements. Will Trump be a part of this? We shall see. Here's the big tweet from the Bitcoin conference announcing President Donald J. Trump to speak at Bitcoin 2024. That's huge. This would be massive. What do you guys think could be said here that could change the game for crypto? I think this is a really good one. Steve says a president that isn't anti-crypto is enough. Trump being pro-crypto is huge. I agree. But I think there's some other things that could happen here that could be even bigger. Definitely a bullish sentiment for the market. This would be really interesting. Zero capital gains tax on crypto. That would be huge. Huge. All we need is an election to happen and know who the next president is to spark the market. Tori, that's definitely going to help us. And I mean, here's one thing about just this general election coming up, regardless of the outcome here. And everybody has their, can speak their piece on who they want to see in there and things like that. I will say this. I mean, I've made money in crypto with either one of these guys at the helm. I mean, I think Trump's probably a little bit better option if you're looking at it from an overall economy standpoint, right? That's my opinion. Not afraid to share that. But regardless, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to slow down regardless of who's in there. I mean, you just got to keep moving forward. But no matter what, the crypto conversation is being had. Crypto is, for the first time ever, one of those centerpiece topics in a U.S. presidential election. That's a big deal. That's a huge step in the right direction for our industry. That is a massive step for crypto becoming mainstream, for crypto being adopted by the normies. And I know some people will say, well, Zach, a lot of these people are just electing to get exposure through ETFs. That's fine. That's fine. All press is good press. All coverage is good coverage. No matter what, this is a good thing. I'm going to stand in front of the building in Nashville with a sign that says BTC needed with my BTC address on it. Maybe one whale will help me out. JK, nice. But what I find interesting here, if we go to the conference itself, Nashville conference, they've already got it out here, witness history. That's pretty awesome. If we go to speakers though, guys, now they've put the headliners up here. But check out who else we've got here. This is the first, you're right, this is the first crypto election. It's huge. No matter what, the fact that this is a big conversation being had, massive. So obviously the headliners, none bigger than Donald Trump now, after he just recently announced that he's going. Obviously the 45th president of the U.S. and now running for President 47. Trump announced his support for the American Bitcoin industry in May 2024, advocating for financial freedom and the growth of the U.S. Bitcoin industry on the global stage. You know, I'd like to hear him talk more about self-custody. And the thing is, at a Bitcoin event, that alone is a big topic of discussion. I've been to Bitcoin events. Self-custody is very, very important to Bitcoin maxis and people just invested in crypto, especially Bitcoiners, though. There's a lot of those, anti-altcoins, anti-meme coin people there. I'm not one of those. I know a lot of you, my viewers, aren't one of those. Guys, if you haven't hit the retweet button on X, what are you doing? Help us out. All right. Smash the retweet button, smash the like button. We should have like 50 retweets on this. If you guys are enjoying the live stream here early this morning, if you're enjoying spending time with us here, let me know by clicking that retweet button. It really does help us out. But a lot of people have this sentiment. Self-custody is what crypto is about. So will he address this? I will follow you back on X if I can find you, Bone. I promise. Drop a comment on the stream. I'll find you. But everybody should be retweeting this. We're up here early grinding for you guys. And I appreciate you guys rocking with us. But help us push it out. Now, we've got Donald Trump leading the way. But look who else we've got here. We've got Russell Brand, which kind of, he brings this libertarian mindset in general, to his content and things like that. We've got Cathie Wood, obviously huge Bitcoin advocate, over 40 years of experience and identifying and investing in innovation. Cathie founded ARC to focus solely on disruptive innovation while adding new dimensions to research. Michael Saylor are arguably the biggest Bitcoin bull of all time. So, I mean, just these three alone, huge, big headliners. So that's a really big deal in and of itself. Look at this. We've got RFK. I mean, check this out. We've got RFK. We've got Edward Snowden. And we've got Bill Miller, which I don't know who Bill Miller is, but I guess he's a big deal because he's listed with RFK and Edward Snowden here. So he must be a big deal. Must be a big deal. But RFK, obviously huge. He was at Consensus too, RFK, when I was in Texas. So he's been a big, big Bitcoin advocate. He's the biggest Bitcoin advocate in the presidential race. There's no doubt about it. He's been there for a really long time. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, go ahead and do what Diamond Ruff is talking about. Smash that like button. It's totally free. And if you're on X with Crypto G and company, click the retweet button. She dropped out of ETH ETFs, picked up Sol ETFs. Thoughts? Who Crypto G? I missed your first comment. Who are you talking about? It's the Bill Miller. I don't know who this guy is. Is he a big deal? Is he a big deal? I don't know. He's a portfolio manager of the Miller Income Fund and the prospective chairman and CIO of Miller Value Partners. Started buying Bitcoin personally in 2013. Oh, so he's an OG. But Edward Snowden is a huge name here, obviously. Now, take a look at this. This is where it gets interesting. All other speakers, guys. And this is what we speculated on weeks ago, might even have been a month ago, okay? This is interesting to me. The fact that now Trump has been added, and it was rumored that he could be coming. I literally talked about this on the Crypto Breakfast Club not very long ago. I literally talked on this point because people are speculating who Donald Trump's running mate is going to be, who the vice president is going to be. Now, you tell me if it's outlandish, what I talked about before. I said, hey, there's rumors that Donald Trump could be coming to Bitcoin Nashville. I put that out there before the news broke yesterday. I said, I'm hearing rumblings. I'm hearing rumors. Vivek was already on this list. I said, if Donald Trump ends up coming to Bitcoin Nashville, what if he announces at Bitcoin Nashville with a huge audience, which obviously it'll be clipped up and spread all over social media, that his running mate is Vivek? Not only will this news surface everywhere, every major news outlet will pick it up. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying this could be a big, big deal because all the news outlets will say, hey, at Bitcoin Nashville 2024, Donald Trump announces his running mate, Vivek Ramaswamy. And that Bitcoin narrative and the crypto narrative gets overlapped in the news cycle for days. That is huge for crypto, just the fact that he did it at a Bitcoin conference. I hope this is what happens. Now, in addition to this, I'm waiting to see what Trump and Vivek are going to say about crypto. But if he announces it, just in general, that will be bullish as hell. The fact that he's there is bullish as hell. The fact that he's there is bullish as hell. But if he announces that Vivek is his running mate at this event and then goes in further on what their plans are with the digital asset class and Bitcoin and all of this sort of stuff, guys, this could be massive. This could be huge. So we'll get into more of the speakers here. I want to go through some of the, a lot of errands. Holy crap, you ain't kidding. We'll go through some more of these speaker lists, but we are a half hour away from getting CPI data, guys. We'll be right here live. We are hanging out with you guys early this morning. We've been live now for 35 minutes. If you have not hit the retweet button on X, what in the hell are you doing? Hit the retweet button, hit the like button, get it out there for us. Definitely helps us out. 183 watching on YouTube, 78 likes. Yeah, we've got a lot more watching on X, which is crazy. But yeah, YouTube, where you at? Where you at? We should have 100 likes minimum. So where you at over there? Let's take a look at who else we've got. We've got Aaron Donald, obviously. Aaron Donald. No, that's the football player. Aaron Arnold, Aaron Daniel, Aaron Jacob. A lot of Aarons here. So this guy's from Bitcoin Magazine. There are some big names. I did look at this. Now, some of these guys, a lot of technical stuff coming from big corporations, etc. But we do have some big speakers coming from this list too. I remember looking through this, and I'm seeing if anybody else has been added here. So we're sifting through here. Let me know if you guys find any of these people, to be a big deal as we kind of sift through here. And then we'll take a look at some other major news going on in the space. We will take a look at some altcoins and meme coins too. Why not? I know some people want to take a look at some meme coins and altcoins. Why not? We'll get into that. So what else do we got here? We've got a professor. We've got the CFO of MicroStrategy, Andrew Kang. That's interesting. We've got Austin Arnold. So the Altcoin Daily crew will be in full force there as speakers. We've got anybody else stand out to us here? I don't see anybody really jumping out at me here so far, but I remember looking through this list and there were some others here. So let's continue here. I thought Robert Breedlove was speaking here, and Gary Cardone, I think, is on this list somewhere. I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is all alphabetical order. That's why. There's a lot of speakers here. There's Cynthia Lummis. Cynthia Lummis, senator. She'll be there. So we do have some good representation from some people in government here. Oh, Dave Smith is going to be there. I love this dude. He's a good dude. Comedian and podcaster, comedian Dave Smith, going to be there. Nice. CEO of Kraken, Dave Ripley. There you go. That's a big name. Dave Smith is really, really smart when it comes to Bitcoin too. He's from what I understand, he's a big time Bitcoiner. Dave Smith. I've heard him on Rogan talk about Bitcoin quite a bit. Yeah, Gary Cardone is a good dude, man. He loves Bitcoin. He's bullish. Hey, say what you want about Cathie Wood. It's not Woods, by the way. It's Cathie Wood. She's, you don't have to be right all the time. She's the perfect example. You just have to be right once or twice and win really big. She did that with Tesla, and I think she's going to do that with Bitcoin. I think her Bitcoin call is the next Tesla call. I will say that about Cathie Wood. Everything else, you could talk about her funds and all of that. Are they doing great? Yeah. But she called Tesla. I will give her that. She called that. Now let's see who else we've got here. Let's see who else we've got here. I'm going to add this little banner to give you guys a reminder. Retweet the live stream on X if you haven't already, all right? All right, who else we got here? Let's see. Nobody that's standing out to me here so far. Oh, the founder of Zeus. So I'm invested in this project, this Zeus project. It has not been great. So let me show you guys this. But it's on Solana, which is interesting. This is what it is. It's a $29 million market cap. It has to do with Bitcoin too. You guys can see here, the chart looks wrecked. All the private investors got out, but I bought here down at the bottom, like right in here in late June. So I bought this Zeus project. So I'm saying this because the CEO is going to be there. I still think this is a good play long term. And I'll show you why. It's the first and only permissionless communication layer on Solana and Bitcoin. First DApp, Apollo by Zeus for BTC staking, earning a yield from Solana. Very, very much first of its kind. I am an investor in this. I didn't put a ton in it, but I took a play at it. I put like $1,500 in it. I think it could be an interesting play long term as we get into the bull run. So I am invested on Zeus, and I bought it on Solana. That's good that the CEO is going to be there. I'm going to try to make it to that when I'm in Bitcoin, when I'm in Nashville for Bitcoin, the Bitcoin conference. So the founder of Zeus is there. That's interesting. That might not be interesting to you, but it's interesting to me. Okay. Good morning to everybody out there, by the way. Thanks for rocking with us here this morning. Got a bunch of people filing in. Appreciate you guys. Let's see who else we've got here. There's Gary Cardone. All right, so Gary Cardone going to be there. Right there. That's interesting. Guys, if you're just checking in, we're looking at the speaker list for Bitcoin Nashville, headlined by Donald frickin' Trump is speaking at Bitcoin 2024. And so is his potential running mate, Vivek Ramaswamy. Very interesting. Who else do we have here? I actually got to send a quick message here. Hold on. We'll look through this in just a minute. There we go. Let's see who else we got here. Anybody else stand out to us? Let's see. Oh, the CEO of VanEck is going to be there. That's a big name. Jan VanEck. Well, it's right there in the name. James Seifert from Bloomberg is going to be there speaking. But CEO of VanEck. Now, remember, VanEck has already filed their Solana ETF, right? VanEck is already, I believe here. Hold on, let me see. By the way, we are about 20 minutes away from getting CPI data. We'll be covering that here on this live stream. But VanEck, I believe, yeah, here you go. SIBO files 19B4s for both VanEck and 21 share Solana ETF. Yeah, that's big. All spot Ethereum ETF applicants have been filed. We have been covering that too. We got some sell pressure from the German government, but it's slowly being absorbed. Capo of crypto, Capo, isn't this the guy that famously was wrong about the Bitcoin price? Anyway, Seifert's going to be there. CEO of VanEck's going to be there. That's pretty bullish. Pretty bullish. Yeah, smash the like button, guys, on YouTube, and smash the retweet button if you're on X, guys. We almost have 1,000 people combined here with us. It's pretty epic. So help us out. Help us get there. Help us reach the milestone. We're up early, grinding for you guys. Come on now. Let's see who else we got. Anybody else stand out to us here? Let's see. Crypto general manager at Robinhood, Johan Kerbrat. So there you go. I'm trying to get some info as much. Guys, I'm sending some emails and stuff. So I've got a couple connections from people who help run the Bitcoin conference. And I'm trying to get a quick interview with DJ, with Donnie. Okay. I want to get a quick interview with Donnie. And secondly, I'm trying to figure out if Donald Trump is going to announce his running mate Vivek at Bitcoin Nashville. That will be huge for our industry. Huge. Tyler, we're going to keep it right here for CPI data. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We're going to keep it right here for that. No doubt. We got CPI data, ETFs to talk about, Donald Trump, which we're into right now, and Bitcoin Nashville, which is massive. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I put out a video last night, breaking crypto news about Trump, and obviously this is huge that he's going to be a main speaker, guys. If you're just checking in, Donald Trump, main speaker at Bitcoin Nashville. Vivek Ramaswamy has been on this list for a while. What if he announces Vivek's going to be his running mate and they go all in on Bitcoin, all in on crypto, and say, hey, we are the party if you're interested in investing in crypto, if you're a crypto maxi. That could be huge for the industry. Huge for the industry. Let's see anybody else who's speaking here that is somebody who stands out to us. A lot of speakers here, as you guys can see, a lot of speakers. Lauren Humphries. I wonder if we're related. Somewhere down the line, maybe, huh? Tech reporter from CNBC. Okay. The COO of Gemini, Marshall Beard's going to be there. Let's see here. Chief Investment Officer Matt Hogan from Bitwise Asset Manager. That's a big name. Mike Benz. He's actually been on our Twitter space before. By the way, our X space, the Crypto Breakfast Club, is coming up at 9:30. So we will be doing that after this live stream is over. It's my pinned post on X. So if you're here, guys, if you guys wouldn't mind help spreading this out too, and come over and talk with us about all this stuff at 9:30 after CPI data comes out. That's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, there's Natalie Brunell. She was one of the main people at the Bitcoin conference I went to back in 2022. Let's see here. Anything else stand out to us? Chairman and CEO of Ledger is going to be there. Editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Peter McCormick, big Bitcoin enthusiast, big podcast host, going to be there. Let's see here. Anybody else stand out to us? Oh, there's Robert Breedlove. Yeah, I thought he was going to be there. Big Bitcoin maxi. Look at this. Russell Okung, professional athlete, investor in Bitcoin. He must be taking part of his salary in Bitcoin. Russell Okung. Interesting. Should approach her with that. We might be related. Nice. Yeah. Palm said it doesn't matter who's president. Bitcoin needs time only. Don't drool over Trump, who only wants your vote. And I agree with that partly, 100%. I think Bitcoin's going to be a tremendous asset regardless, especially now with Bitcoin ETFs. But I think in the short term, one of these candidates is better for the other. And here's the other thing we can't lose sight of. It's not only about Bitcoin for a lot of us. It's not only about Bitcoin for a lot of us, right? What about altcoins? What about Ethereum? What about everything else? Which president will set a precedent? See what I did there? Which precedent will set a precedent for the rest of the market? Is there a better candidate for altcoins and every other sector outside of Bitcoin? What do you guys think? I mean, obviously, Bitcoin, I think, is in a league of its own. It's being deemed a commodity by the current regime. It's being deemed a commodity by whoever gets in there. But what about everything else? Is there a better candidate? Is there a better person to have in there in place for the rest of the market? That's something I think is an interesting point. Boca says they all only want your vote. Of course. Yeah, of course. But we need politicians talking crypto to spur adoption. 100%. That's why I think this is such a big deal. The fact that Trump is speaking, he's headlining at Bitcoin Nashville. That's huge. Vivek's going to be there. Could be the next VP. Okay, I think Trump's going to pick Vivek. I think where there's smoke, there's fire. We've been hearing these rumblings for a while. But we got Russell Okung, athlete there. Let's see here. Anybody else stand out to us? Sean Baker. I've heard that name before. Any other major company or major name here? None of these really stand out to me. Never even heard of this TJ Miller comedian guy. But another comedian. There's two comedians now. Got him and Dave Smith. Oh, look at this. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. She's going to be there. Interesting. Tulsi Gabbard speaking. There you go. I love Tulsi Gabbard. I think she's awesome. I think she would be another great VP pick, in my opinion. Just saying. I think she would be great. And I think she could help bridge the gap, bringing people over for Trump's sake. That's just my 2 cents. I think Tulsi would be a good, interesting pick. Crypto is starting to go up, kiddies. Yeah, we'll take a look at the market here in a minute. Unpopular opinion. Politicians' jobs are to do what people want and get votes. Well, I don't think that's unpopular. I think that's a popular opinion. Bitcoin is not a commodity. It's not a security. It's not a currency. Right now, it's taxed as property, Bobby. Is that what it is? It's a free speech per Supreme Court, and Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. But I mean, still, it's going to be either deemed a commodity or security by the governing bodies. I mean, I hear your point, though. I hear you. I just go to see her. Boca, you got a little crush on Tulsi, huh? I'm getting those vibes, bro. I'm getting those vibes from Boca G. Shout out to Boca G, by the way, moderator here on YouTube, been with me since day one. I appreciate you, brother. I've had the chance to meet Boca in person. You're the man. I appreciate you, man. Seriously, more than you know. So hopefully you're well. I can't wait to meet you or see you again. Tulsi would be a crazy wild card pick for VP. Yeah, that would be a wild card pick. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. All right, my goal is to try to get an interview with Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Donald Trump. That would be super dope. If I can at least get a couple of them, that would be huge. But I think Vivek, is the front runner right now. I think Vivek is the front runner. Got to be, right? Vivek's got to be the front runner here. We're rounding things out, and that's about it, guys. Okay? Many more speakers to be announced soon, too. So people are still being added. None bigger than this guy right here, guys. The headliner at Bitcoin Nashville this year is Donald freaking Trump. How crazy is this for our industry? Get Dave Smith on. That would be huge, too. You know what? I'm going to write this down so I don't forget. Goals. Goals for Bitcoin Nashville. Dave Smith, I could be able to maybe just send a DM. You know? Vivek, Trump. These are all people I want to try to get an interview with. Dave Smith, Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek, Trump. Who else should I interview? I mean, these would all be cool too. I mean, Brand, Wood, Saylor. This would all be legit. So we're going to try like hell once we get out to Nashville for the conference. No doubt about it. Elon, I don't know if he's going to be there. That'd be crazy if he's going. He's not listed as a speaker, but he could be attending. Who knows? Could be attending. Could be attending. All right, guys, we are 8 minutes away from getting CPI data. If you guys have not retweeted this live stream post, smash this retweet button right here, okay? Hammer this retweet button. Help us get the word out that we're here live on X, live on YouTube. So if you're on X, hit the like, hit the retweet, drop your comment down here. Help spread the word for us, all right? Definitely means a lot. We appreciate you guys. Yeah, Russell Brand's going to be there. Yeah, 100%. These are your main speakers. Donald Trump. Why do I Donald Trump? I have Donald Trump on my mind because we got in there at a 500K market cap. That was a meme coin on Solana. We killed it with Trump, but it's Donald Trump. Russell Brand, Kathy Wood, Michael Saylor, some big names here, guys. RFK, Edward Snowden, Vivek Ramaswamy, Senator Bill Hagerty, Senator Marsha Blackburn. Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal. You want to talk about Bitcoin growing like crazy and more big name people. This list did not look like this just in 2022. I will tell you that. I was at Bitcoin Miami in 2022. I did not go in 2023. I don't know if it was back in Miami in 2023. I can't remember. But this list did not look like this back in 2022. I will tell you that. So the fact is, more and more people are stepping up here and speaking at this conference in 2024. This is big. This is big. I don't see anybody from the Biden camp being there on the list. You know, and that speaks volumes. All right, guys, we are 6 minutes away from getting CPI data. So just to keep your eyes on some things here, some big news pieces that we've highlighted here so far. We've been live for about an hour. All right, appreciate everybody rocking with us. You guys are awesome. We're going to keep it rolling here. Trump to speak at Bitcoin 2024 conference. BlackRock may apply for a Solana ETF in July. Yeah. Bloomberg Senator ETF analyst, Solana ETF may be approved by mid-March 2025 at the latest. Interesting. Fed chairman reiterates custodial assets not part of the balance sheet. 6 Hong Kong virtual asset ETFs turnover, a big amount there today. Bureau of Labor Statistics to release June CPI data in 5 minutes. Satoshi Action Fund founder, Time Magazine admits Bitcoin Bill of Rights is sweeping the U.S. And early July ETH drop leads to liquidation of over 300 million long positions. Investors likely to sell short term. We have talked about Bitcoin could potentially dial back to 52,000. Now, so far, Bitcoin has held up pretty nicely, and it's actually turning for the better here, turning green as we just refreshed. Ethereum closer to 3,200 right now than it is 3,100 by 31 cents. But hey, we'll take it. Some altcoins are moving. Stacks is up. Ondo's back up over $1. We talked about Ondo under $1. This is going to be a steal. In my opinion, call me crazy. Jasmy's up a little bit. Good to see. Arweave up a little bit. Yep. Lido DAO. We talked about this with Ethereum ETFs. Lido DAO making a run. So that's just a quick look at market sentiment and some of the numbers. Let's take a look at CPI data, guys. CPI data is coming. CPI data is coming. We have 4 minutes left here, guys. Big reveal here this morning. U.S. CPI data is probably already in. What is going to be the fate of the economy here? When do we get rate cuts? The forecast is 3.1%. Core CPI stable at 3.4%. This is definitely going to impact Fed rate decisions, guys. Well, we played out the different scenarios here. There's two scenarios. They're not going to cut rates right now. No, we're not saying that, Youssef. We're saying if we get good data, that will indicate that they're going to cut rates sooner rather than later. The expectation is by many that we'll see rate cuts begin in September, which would make sense right before the election, because then Biden can say, hey, look, we've fixed the economy. We're cutting rates now. We told you we'd get it done. Give us 4 more years. We're going to get this economy rocking and rolling, right? That would be a perfect narrative. And don't think for a second that they aren't thinking about that. Yeah, CPI is coming here, Tyler. Up 2,000 on Cardano alone. What's Cardano doing? Is it really up that much? That's up 3+%. So you're in a trade on Cardano. That's solid. All right, guys, we're waiting on CPI data here. Big reveal. Okay, here we go. We are close here. 2 minutes away, guys. 2 minutes away. Retweet the live stream on X if you're here on X. Like and smash the subscribe button on YouTube. Appreciate everybody rocking with us here this morning. This has been a phenomenal one already. We've been live for over an hour. I've been just chomping at the bit. I couldn't sleep. I mean, I got some good sleep, but I got up early. I just knew today was going to be a big day. Knew today was going to be a big day. Just in, the German government sends another 191 million to Cumberland, Coinbase, Bitstamp, Kraken, 139 Po, likely institutional deposit over-the-counter service. So far today, they've transferred a total of 328 million to market makers and exchanges. The German government now has a little less than 10,000 Bitcoin remaining. Only 20% of the Bitcoin originally seized from Movie 2K. So Germany's continuing to sell off their Bitcoin. Insert drum roll. Yep, here we go. So this news just coming in. MicroStrategy splitting its stock 10-1. Some Chainlink news. All right, what do we got here? Is CPI out? We're a minute away. CPI. Incoming. 1 minute. What do we got here, guys? CPI coming. Come on, CPI. Where are we at? Here it is. All right, now let's make sure. Okay, this could be very bullish. And this is why Bitcoin started to move up, I think. CPI data release. Actual inflation rate for June 2024 is 3%. Forecast was 3.1. Previous was 3.3%. If this is true, wow, this is interesting. This person loves Dogecoin too. So do I. So do I. I anticipate a profit of approximately 20 to 25x in Doge within the next years. I love it. Let's see if this is. Here we go. CPI data coming. All right, so we've got latest CPI data out 3%. Here we go. Breaking U.S. inflation data is released. CPI for June comes in at 3% versus 3.1%. This is good news. This is good news. Core CPI 3.3 versus 3.4. Month over month growth there. Explain. This is good. This is good. Market should rip here a little bit. Market should rip here a little bit. Yep, we're ripping. 59,000. Here comes Bitcoin, guys. Market is ripping. Let's get into the 5-minute chart here. We're probably going to see a green candle here. Yeah, there was a big spike. This is the 5-minute on Bitcoin, guys. We're coming into the 5-minute. Look at this. Even on the 5-minute chart, we got a momentum up here, sitting here at 57.8. What a nice trading opportunity this was. This is, again, using XT Algo, our trading indicator. Called it. This is the 5-minute on Bitcoin, guys. With CPI data coming in, bullish as hell at 3%. This is good news. Let's go, baby. ETH just cracked 3,200. Everything is pumping. This is going to be a good day. This is going to be a good day. We've got Donald Trump speaking at Bitcoin Nashville later this month. We got Ethereum ETFs could be dropped on our heads at any point. We've got CPI coming in bullish. This is what we're talking about right here. This is what we love to see. This is what we love to see. Love to see it. Love to see it. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, retweet the live stream on X, smash the like button on YouTube. This is what we're talking about right here. Bitcoin on the 5-minute, we're watching it here. CPI is come in at 3%, lower than expected, 3.1%. This is why you play narratives, guys. Bitcoin pumping hard right now. Let's effing go. And away we go. Let's go, baby. Crypto's moving back to all-time high, baby. Aussie crypto. 60K would be huge. If we can get to 60K and close it, hopefully it's not fake CPI. Well, let's continue to get more insight here. I think it's been released. Yeah, it's everywhere now. It's been released. All right, so here we go. First squawk is already on it. Talking about rate cuts now. Rate futures price in 85% chance of a September Fed rate cut after CPI data, up from about 70% before. So again, what we just talked about right before CPI was released, we're expecting a rate cut in September. This gives us a really good chance to see that happen. CPI coming in at 3%, guys. Major crypto news here. And crypto is moving. Cup and handle on the 1 hour. Cup and handle on the 1 hour. Let's pull up the ETH chart over here. ETH chart looking solid too on, this is the 1 week. This is the 1 week ETH chart. Tell me this doesn't look bullish. This is the 1 week. Tell me this doesn't look really good here on the 1 week ETH chart. We'll go into the 5-minute for a minute though. You know what we're going to find. We're going to find a nice spike on the 5-minute. Yep. Yeah, Ethereum did spike over 3,200 here for a minute. Now would be the time to get an Ethereum ETF. I mean, see, I hear you, but what about Ethereum with Ethereum ETFs? You don't think Ethereum is possibly a better play right now than Bitcoin with the ETH ETF hype? Or you think it'll be a buy the rumor, sell the news? I mean, I don't know. Here, regardless, Bitcoin and Ethereum are long-term plays. So I don't really care too much about price action within the next few months, unless you're a trader, unless you're trading these assets. I don't really trade Bitcoin and Ethereum. I accumulate. I don't really trade either one of these. No matter what happens with price action today, this is extremely bullish for the markets. Extremely bullish for later this year for the potential to get rate cuts, okay? This is extremely bullish for the markets. Good morning, Trisha. How we doing? CPI trumps patterns, yo. Good morning. EMAC is in the house. ETH is negating that M pattern today. SHIB spike too. Oh, yeah. SHIB's going to feel a spike too. It's always great to see green. But again, I think the bigger story here is setting us up for rate cuts before the election. If we get rate cuts in September, that sets up exactly how we want it to for a bullish Q4 for crypto. That is what I think is the biggest storyline right now, more than anything. This is setting up for a really good Q4 because that's really what we want to see. That's really what we want to see, guys. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you guys. The whole market just went green. Yep. Let's take a look at crypto bubbles here. All right, here's crypto bubbles looking really good, guys. Pepe's up 7+%. We got MOG 10%. Stacks looking really good, 14% move. Ondo 10% almost. You love to see it. You love to see it. Jasmy 6+%. Shib's up almost 3%. Arweave 8%. We've been talking about Arweave. Sui's up 5%. Filecoin making a nice run here. Near Protocol. What is this one again? Mantra with a big spike, up 12+%. Guys, if you're just checking in, CPI data is in. We're at 3%. Expectation was 3.1%. Obviously, extremely bullish for the markets. So welcome in, everybody. Don't forget to retweet the live stream on X, smash the like button on YouTube. I don't know if a God candle's coming per se, but again, this is awesome news simply because it is setting the stage for September rate cuts. Okay? That is why this is a big news piece. It really does set the stage for us in a big way for rate cuts. By the way, if you're on YouTube, you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you guys do that. If you're on X and you haven't started following me, and if you haven't retweeted this, what the hell are you waiting for? We're grinding with you guys, okay? And we got some bullish news. Now, let's see what people are saying here. Yeah, traders are now boosting their bets on Fed rate cuts for September, guys. That's big. CPI data 3%, signaling incoming rate cuts. Massive pump for Bitcoin incoming, regaining the 60K level. We shall see. The chart shows bullish strength with a double bottom and a rally to 58K, expecting a 7 to 10% move up in Bitcoin and alts. We shall see. This is one trader's opinion. We'll be watching this all day, obviously. Bitcoin right now at 59,000 and some change on the 5-minute here. Let's see what else they're saying. Cooler than expected CPI. Inflation data released this morning will likely be a catalyst for higher gold and silver prices, provides cover for the Fed easing moving forward. – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – – Colby Smith. Yeah, I've seen her ask questions to Jay Powell. The June CPI report falls in line with the more good data threshold Fed Chair Jay Powell stressed this week was necessary for the central bank to lean towards rate cuts. So this definitely helps us out in this regard. A reminder that CPI data excludes food and fuel. Now, this guy says, here we go. CPI data in at 3% versus the expectation at 3.1. Prep your boats because BTC and ETH are warming up. I don't know if I understand that. As soon as the Ethereum ETF S1 filings go through also, which I think they have. From my understanding, they have. It's a ride, he says. And guys, if you're just checking in, we've talked a lot about on this live stream. We've been live for over an hour and 15 minutes. Trump is going to be addressing Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, guys. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to speak at the Bitcoin event in Nashville, Tennessee on July 27th. It is the last day. This event marks Trump's direct engagement with the crypto community and is a significant milestone due to his potential influence on the political landscape and the crypto industry. And again, this conference running from the 25th to the 27th, I will be out there for it. Expected to draw a huge amount of attention due to Trump's participation. His speech is anticipated to last 30 minutes and comes amid a backdrop of shifting political attitudes toward cryptos, particularly within the Republican Party. I'm actually going to snare that and repost it because this does give some nice details. More details on Trump at Bitcoin. I always forget. Oh, there it is. The Bitcoin conference. Bang. Retweet that out. That's good stuff. Yeah, CPI is already out, guys, and it's bullish. Let's see. When traders smell a rate cut, they buy hard assets. Crypto ripping as well. There you go, John. John knows what's up. What's Bitcoin doing here? Selling off a little bit in the 5-minute here, guys. But it's going to be choppy here, volatility. A lot of people taking their trade here off the table. What happens after this, though? Will it pump back up? No matter what here, it's bullish for September. It's bullish for later this year. Keep that in mind. I don't care about the short-term price action all that much. Obviously, I don't want to see us go back down to like 53 or whatever if we don't have to. But that is still a real possibility. 52,000, we have support. Although unlikely, if Bitcoin closes the week above 62.7, we could witness a very strong bullish engulfing pattern on the weekly time frame. Engulfing candles have proven to be very reliable indicators for reversal patterns. Yeah, it's going to take a lot here on the weekly, but this is what he's showing right now. You know what I mean? If we got up to 62.7, which would be like, in line with where we were at the top of the previous weekly candle where we opened. If we get back up to where we opened that week, this is where we closed, right? We closed down here. But yeah, if we get up to that 62.7 mark, that would be great. I agree, but I agree. It's very unlikely, especially with all this Germany stuff, man. People are still getting freaked out with this German stuff. The German government selling Bitcoin. Yeah, I haven't forgotten about the Ethereum giveaway on X. We'll definitely do that. We'll do that later today. I'll pick a random winner today. You'll have a better chance, Charles, if you're on the Crypto Breakfast Club at 9:30, though. I will say that. Now we'll do a random giveaway. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is highly unlikely, as Jordan Vanu says here, but let's see here. CPI data was kind to the long AUD we established on Tuesday. If you guys are just checking in, CPI comes in at 3%. We were expecting 3.1%. So this is a best case scenario for us, guys. Best case scenario for us for rate cuts later this year, maybe starting in September. Here's the SPY CPI breakdown. Yeah, exactly. I agree with Jason here. This is reassuring, and together with the recent increase in the year rate, means that the Fed is presumptively cutting rates starting in September. Still best to remember these data are volatile, and over 6 to 12 months, core CPI is still at 3+%. Don't readjust too much on the 3-month noisy data. This is a lagging indicator too. So keep in mind, we can always take steps back from now until September, but we'll be obviously watching closely. This is big. Emacs all over it. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget to retweet and like it and follow me on X. And the Crypto Breakfast Club right here on X starts at 9:30. That's our space that we do Monday through Friday, guys. If the weekly stochastic RSI crosses up, we're in good shape. Bam, bam, appreciate that. Always love some technical analysis there. I'm not much of a TA guy, to be honest with you. I'm more of a macro fundamental guy, but we appreciate that. Always appreciate getting some good insight and good intel. What else do we got here? Anything else? There it is. Rate futures price in 85% chance of a September rate cut after CPI data. This is something worthy of tweeting. And this is really what it comes down to. This is bullish for our Q4 prediction, right? This is bullish for our Q4 prediction that we'll get a pump in the markets. Kevin, thank you, man. Thanks for being here. Election starts in September. They will do everything they can to make the economy look good, including rate cuts. I agree, Anthony. This is what I've been saying all along. Regardless if this data is like 100% accurate or not, they could fudge data, they could skew numbers, whatever. Perception is reality, though, in the grand scheme of things, right? Perception is reality. All right, Bitcoin bouncing back here in the next 5 minutes here. 59.1. Bitcoin bouncing back here. Bitcoin bouncing back. We're up over 59K. Imagine settlement for XRP. This is the 1-year anniversary of XRP, not a security. That would be bullish. Let's see what some of our altcoins and meme coins are doing, huh? Pepe looking good. What up, Pepe? Let's take a look at some of our memes here. Pepe looking bullish. Bitcoin on base. Let's go, baby. Look at that reversal. Kendu still hanging in there. $95 million market cap. Still consolidating nicely on Kendu. I'm waiting for a breakout, baby. Come on, Kendu. Break out of this consolidation. Pepe, the OG, back over a $4 billion market cap, guys. Reversing nicely on the daily. Reversing nicely on the daily. Toshi on base, I think, has some staying power too. Right around 100 mil, reversing a little bit here after some consolidation. What else do we got here that's interesting? Let's take a look at Brett. Brett on base, back up to a $1.25 billion market cap. Nice reversal as well. Slow reversal happening here on Brett, guys. Kevin Riley with a $1 donation. My man, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thoughts on Caspa? Love it. Love Caspa. Mog getting ready to bust through a new high. I saw that. Shout out to the Mog community, Michael. Let's go, baby. Let's go. SHIB on a little bit of a pump. Back up over 10 billion market cap. Nice little reversal showcased here. Starting 6 days ago, July 5th, we wicked down to the 13 level. We're up to the 17 level now. That's good for SHIB on the SHIB chart. We want to see a little bit more momentum happening here with SHIB, but it's good to see. What other altcoins, meme coins are you guys looking at here? I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on what else is happening here with this news breaking. Ponky on Solana. We're always watching this one. Looking really nice. Look at Ponky on Solana right now. I mean, this is arguably the most bullish chart in the meme coin market right now. Ponky on Solana looks unbelievable. This thing looks unbelievable. I mean, I got to say it. It looks unbelievable. It looks phenomenal. Ponky looks just phenomenal right now. Guys, shout out to everybody on X. We've got over 1,200 people live with us on X. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. Continue to retweet that live stream out. There's only 33 retweets still on that thing. We could have 100 retweets on that thing. If you retweet it, I really appreciate it. Morning, Jerry. How we doing, man? We are getting ready for the Crypto Breakfast Club too, guys. If you want to extend the conversation, we do head over there at 9:30. We still got a little while. We'll stay live. We've been live for an hour and a half. What's another 20 minutes? Fire it up, right? It's a great day. It's a great day in the space. I love it. There's nothing more I love than hanging out with you guys right now on some great days. Bitcoin's dialing back down, 58.8. And again, I'm not too concerned here. I mean, this is short-term volatility. Traders are going to trade, right? This is all trading on the CPI news. Big sells. But all in all, this is big for September, guys. This is big for rate cuts happening in September. Yeah, we covered that already, Bees. MicroStrategy, 10-to-1 split. I saw that news come out. We covered it. All right, so basically now we've given it all back. The CPI pump, we've given it all back so far. But again, this is volatility at its finest. This is traders manipulating the price. New listener, any thoughts on Pepe Bull? Heard about it, Ryan, but I haven't bought it or anything. Gustavo, I know you want me to look at Chewy. I haven't heard about that. Is it solid? What is it? Stacks looking really good. Yeah, Stacks is one of our long-term plays. STX, Stacks, bringing DeFi and smart contracts to Bitcoin. BIAO. Yeah, what is BIAO doing? Let's see. Bow. Still down, huh? Wow, it's getting crushed. It's hovering still. I still think this is where you want to get it if it's going to break out, right? I still like it. Good volume. I still like it. There's still good volume. Shinobi on base. Let's see. Little bit of a pop. Okay, the last 2 days we're trying to get out of the basement here. Remember, guys, we talked about this one at like a 10K market cap. That's why we're still looking at this, because it's 224K right now. It popped up to like almost 900K, I think. But still, we're like way up on this one still because we got in at 10K. This whole Shinobi on base, the relaunch of Shinobi, the asset that went to $1 billion market cap back in 2021 that had 70,000 plus holders. TokenFi is pumping a little bit. We talked about this one yesterday. We've been talking about this one for a while. We were day one investor here. TokenFi on a nice little breakout here. RWA narrative on the in the Floki ecosystem. I like that. This sphere with hat thing, I don't know if this is ever going to happen. I don't know if this thing's ever going to actually happen. There was all that news that they're going to put dog with hat on the sphere, and somebody launched sphere with hat. We bought a couple $100. This thing pumped like crazy. We took our initial out. We still have a little bag. I don't know if it's ever going to happen. Brit, which is Brett's girlfriend or whatever. This thing was a cool trade for a while. We got out. It's under $1 million market cap. I'm not really touching this one right now, even though it's up 44%. USA, American coin on Solana. This one still has legs. Still really good volume. Little under 15 mil market cap. American coin on Solana. I think this still has legs. Yeah, we're definitely getting some downside now. We'll see if buyers come in here. We're basically giving back what the CPI pump was, which is fine. We still have all day. It's just fine. Appreciate all the support here, the new people coming in to join us on the live stream here this morning. This has been awesome. I think we might have to start doing our live streams on Twitter too. We do them every Monday morning, usually 8:30 a.m. Eastern, but we were up early this morning. We went live early. Yeah, Jerry, I agree. Continue stacking, play the long game. I agree, brother. I agree 100% with what you got here. Yeah, I think we could be in store for choppy waters until we get that rate cut. I think it's a good estimate. Not an investor in Lady. I think a lot of people are interested in it. I've thought about it, Ozzy, but I've never dove deep into it, honestly. I don't have the time to manage it. Morning, Denise. But maybe we'll do something. We were talking about doing something with the Crypto Breakfast Club eventually. Speaking of the Crypto Breakfast Club, guys, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, we go live with the Crypto Breakfast Club. CPI data, ETF news. Donald Trump will be talking about it. So get ready for that. It's gonna be a bullish space. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to get into. So make sure you guys mark your calendar here for about a half hour from now, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Join us on the Breakfast Club. It's going to be epic. So that should be a ton of fun. We got 31 people say they're going. We usually get 100 plus people on our Breakfast Club. Hopefully we can fly it up today to like 150. If a bunch of you guys, if a bunch of you guys say you're in, we could fire this thing up. And I want to hear from you guys when we get on the space later. So definitely join us for that. Yeah, let's take a look at Turbo. Somebody just mentioned Turbo. Anything happening there? Down 1%, still 260 mil market cap, still looking okay. I mean, it's definitely on a downtrend. GameStop on Solana. This is one I'm holding. Still looking good. Still looking steady. This is GameStop on Solana. Still looking steady, guys. $45 million market cap. I like this one long term. MAGA's pumping. With Donald Trump going to Nashville, look out for Trump tokens, guys. Trump coins. That is going to be very important to watch. Let me write that down. We need to talk about that. We're going to talk about that on the Crypto Breakfast Club. That could be interesting. I'm still in this landlord on Solana. 5 million market cap. Nice reversal happening here. Green candle. Love it. Bitcoin on base. We've been invested in this one for a while since it was like a $2 million market cap. I think it was like 1.5 where we got in. Went all the way up to 30. Now it's building back up. 8.25 mil right now. Bitcoin on base is the name. BBM, Bentley Bay meme. Look at this thing. Look at Bentley Bay meme. We had him on the Shark Tank. Bentley Bay meme. Looking really good. Alluvium pumping. Nice. We got a super chat from Website Warrior. What's up, man? Do you like other Matt Fury plays? Watt was called on our Crypto Breakfast Club by my main man, Mar. Shout out to Mar. So I do like Watt and I like Hoppy. Those two I think are interesting. That could rug at any moment. Yeah, I mean, liquidity is still low. It's still a low market cap, but it's shown some strength. We actually had the dev on. I mean, who knows, right? Stoneheart, nobody knows, right? Invest at your own risk. But yeah, launched June 6th. It's been slowly building up nice. I get it, though. I mean, 100%. There's not a lot of liquidity. It's low market cap, but hey, everybody has to make their own decisions. Can do. PayPay's looking nice here. 143 mil. PayPay's looking really nice. I'm loving that. Now, this is different. 143 mil. We talked about this, made a video at 85 mil, guys. Said we were going in. Yeah, Jordan, no problem, man. That was a good tweet. Covered you there, and maybe even get you on the channel, man. Send me a DM. Send me a DM on X. Pepe's pumping nice. Pepe, yeah. Thoughts on Quant? Good long-term play. That's my opinion. Based Street Bets. Is that up a little bit? I think I saw it here. I like Bay Street Bets still. $1.26 mil. Still holding in there. Waiting for the next big move. I mean, it's still good. Decent volume could be a little higher. It's the one thing I'd be watching here. Yeah, BTCB is looking really good. Bitcoin on base looking really good. So is PayPay. I'm really liking PayPay right now. Looking very nice. Any other top stories? By the way, guys, if you haven't heard, President Donald Trump to speak at Bitcoin 2024. If you guys are brand new to the stream or whatever. We talked about this last night in a video. Donald Trump is going to be the main speaker at Bitcoin Nashville. Life is a rug pulled at any moment. Yeah, good point. Sometimes, yeah. Do you follow me on Instagram on my investing account? ETH looking strong here, guys, in the 5-minute. ETH is holding up nicely here. Bitcoin's starting to build back up a little bit. Bitcoin's starting to build back up. ETH holding steady here after its pump on the news. So ETH's looking a little stronger than Bitcoin right now. The date is the 25th to the 27th in Nashville, Tennessee. So 2 weeks from today. Is that right? Yeah, 2 weeks from today. We'll be out in Nashville. It's going to be sweet, man. Donnie's going to be speaking. Vivek. We got Russell Brand. We got Tulsi Gabbard. We've got Kathy Wood, Michael Saylor. Wow. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy. I still hold some B-Rock. Yeah, we made some nice trades on it too, but I still hold a little bit of B-Rock. I keep a moon bag just about of everything, but I do trade. I mean, I do take my profits. Russell Brand, why? Probably more or less for like the freedom aspect that he stands for and things like that. Kind of a libertarian mindset. I think it kind of fits with the Bitcoin mold. That'd be my guess. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's like a huge Bitcoin maxi and I didn't even know about it. Does he talk about Bitcoin a lot? I don't really follow him like that. I don't know, to be honest. Very volatile trading day. Be ready. Stay stoic. Yeah, 100%. This is a trader's paradise. Trader's paradise. I think Pepe is a good long-term play in this cycle, man. I do. Pepe is looking really good, too. The Chinese Pepe. Yeah, he's a freedom fighter. Exactly. Worst case, Russell might do some comedy. Well, you got Dave Smith there as well. Dave Smith, famous comedian and political commentator. He's going to be out there. I'd like to get maybe a conversation with him. I think I'm going to message a bunch of people who are going there as speakers and just see if I can set up a little time with somebody, just to, quick little 2-3 minute little segment. That'd be cool. Guys, we're about 20 minutes away from the Crypto Breakfast Club, too. If you guys have not heard about this yet, we do this every Monday through Friday. Crypto Breakfast Club. We'll be talking about CPI data, Donald Trump, what it could mean for the markets, ETF news. So we'll be rocking and rolling over there for sure. Here at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. So definitely want to see you over there. So again, this is coming up very, very soon, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Worst case, Russell might do some comedy. Oh yeah, we got that. Russell Brand's a freedom fighter. Yeah, got all that. Anything else popping off here? Let's see. Yeah, Bitcoin trading above 59K right now. Ooh, big sell off there. 58.5. Another big sell off there on Bitcoin. Another sell off on Ethereum too. Big sell off there both ways on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Market manipulation today, guys. Be ready for a lot of manipulation and traders doing their thing. For sure. That is going to be a big thing to watch today. So, but again, I do not want to lose sight of this. The CPI data today that came out is phenomenal for the long-term growth of our industry, and even shorter term, looking at the potential rate cuts that could happen in September. That's where this is really a big deal. Ethereum went from pennies to 4K. It seems reasonable Solana could hit 5K, Altcoin Daily says. See, odds of a Fed rate cut by September skyrocketed to 83% after June CPI inflation data. June 2024 marked the first negative month-over-month inflation print since May 2020. That's a big deal. Headline inflation is now at a 12-month low and 100 basis points away from the Fed's 2% target. This is really the big news, guys. Prior to the CPI inflation report today, prediction markets saw a 67% chance of rate cuts by September. Now we're looking at 83 to 85% chance of Fed rate cuts by September. Exactly 1 year ago, the Fed stopped raising interest rates. Does the Fed have the green light to cut rates now? We shall see. But this is really the big topic here today. Don't get too bogged down with price action, short-term volatility. Traders are going to trade. They're going to be manipulating the markets. All of that is normal. Exactly. They're trying to manipulate us. Robinhood does not list either one of those assets, I don't think. I think Solana was there at one point, but they got spooked, with all the negative news that came out from the SEC or whatever. And I'm not sure if XRP was there before the lawsuit 2020. I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I mean, I don't know, man. Solana, I'm stacking Solana. I'll tell you that. I own over 100 Sol right now. And I play the Solana meme coin market simply to stack more Solana. That's my game plan. Win on Solana memes and put it back into Solana and wait for Solana to go up. That's kind of what I'm doing. And I've got my price targets where I'm going to be beginning to take profits too on Sol. But right now, if we take a look at Sol, $142. What's the all-time high on Sol? 260. Yeah, I mean, I like a $400 or $500 price target base case this cycle. I think that's that's my first profit taking trough for this cycle. $400 or $500 on Sol. And if I have 100 Sol, not a bad return. And most of that Sol was accumulated, not bought. I'm going to be honest with you. I got spooked when the whole FTX thing. I wish I was buying Sol at $10 or whatever. But I was not buying down here at 13 and 12 and 11 and whatever. I mean, more power to you if you were. ETH building back up a little bit. Let's take a look at Sol real quick. But for those people who were buying Sol, this is 5 minute. I want to go into like the 1 week weekly here. There's Sol on the weekly. Sol's been consolidating nicely here. Actually looks really good on the weekly. Trading a little bit below the 20-day, but the 200-day, we're just above it on Solana. So that's good to see. The Solana 200-day is $138. So we're trading at 142. Our trading indicator, XT Algo, which you guys can buy at a premium discount right now, called this last year at this time, a year ago, called it right here. Momentum up on the weekly at $27. It's a 433% move if you'd have just listened to what XT Algo, this is my trading indicator, had to say. So there you go. This is why you pick this up for a little over $1 a day. It's a 30-day money-back guarantee. Check it out. Links down below, guys, to XT Algo. Give it a shot today. I think you're going to absolutely love it. You can use this thing with anything, crypto, stocks, Forex, on any time frame. I show you how to set your alerts and all of that. Now, if we zoom out here, yeah, look at this dump. Back in look at this. Back in December of 2022, came down to $9. That's crazy. I wish I had the balls to buy back then. I didn't. Yeah, I own a bunch of Cardano. Long-term play for me. The link for the Crypto Breakfast Club, Oscar, is right here on my X page. So if you go to my X page, it's right here. It's the pinned post. It's the pinned post right here. So you can just sign up right there. We're about 15 minutes away. So if you guys are interested in joining us for the Crypto Breakfast Club, which starts at 9:30, 14 minutes from now, we're going to be rocking and rolling here. So we went 2 hours live here, and then we're taking it right into the Breakfast Club for another 2-hour show. So that's why I'm all caffeined up and ready to fire off today, because it's a big day. A lot to get to, a lot to talk about. I want to get some other people's opinions on the Crypto Breakfast Club. Can't wait to talk to some of the OGs who we get in there every single day, get their take, get their opinion. That's what it's all about. We learn, we grow together, and we're building wealth together. It's fun as hell. So that's what we're doing. I hope so, Carter, because I got that number. I hope so, Carter. I hope you're right. Yeah, I'm not trading too much today. Too volatile for me. And I don't really trade Bitcoin, Ethereum. And that's what's really going to be volatile right now. I mean, Tom says you should definitely come in, Oscar. Yeah, and that goes for everybody. Tom's always in the Crypto Breakfast Club. Appreciate you, brother. Good morning. Good morning. Buy the rumors, sell the news. Yep, that's pretty much what happened so far. Bitcoin, yeah, trading at 58.7, basically where we were pre-CPI data. Sol's looking really good, though, I will say. Sol on the weekly chart's looking really good. Been consolidating for about a month on the Solana chart. That Sol chart looks really good. We're still above the 200-day moving average, which is bullish. So, yeah, about 10 minutes away from the Breakfast Club, baby. Monka S in the house. Yeah, I like Monka S. Small cap right now, but definitely has some big potential. Let's see if Monka S is pumping a little bit. Pepe is looking good. Monka S, yeah, still sitting at 2.4 mil. Still looks good. Still good volume. Monka S still looking good. Still trading in our nice range since early June. Came down with the rest of the market. That's normal. Still looking good. Still like Monka S as a long-term play here. 2.4 mil. Great, strong narrative, guys, within the Pepe ecosystem. I still own some SNEC. Pepe going to set a new all-time high. Pepe. Yeah, looking good, John K. The red frog looking good. Okay, to follow me, please, Zach. Big fan of you and Austin. Been following you guys since 2021 on YouTube. My man, appreciate it, Bogues. Yeah, hopefully I can find you. I can't see you on X right now. Comment on my live stream on X, and I'll try to find you and follow you back. If you could send a comment on the actual X post, this one here of the actual live stream, I'll try to find you. I'll try to find you. You know what we could do? I was just thinking about this. I could bring this over here. I could live stream my Twitter space, technically, right? What's stopping me from live streaming the Twitter space? I don't know if, as long as you guys would be able to hear the audio, we technically could do that. Should we try to do that today and just continue this live stream going? That'd be kind of cool. Good morning, Amber. How you doing? Hoppy, Draggy, Flappy, Watt. I like Watt and Hoppy. Ron Moreno. It's been a while, man. What's going on? We could just set the live stream up right here by my speaker, you know, and then boom. Why not, right? Can't hurt. We'll see if people can hear the audio on here. If not, we'll just shut it down. But then you guys can see me still as we're talking on the space. That'd be kind of cool. One thing I've got to do though, real quick, is take a quick bathroom break because our space is going to start here soon. And yeah, I got to go to the bathroom. I got to go take a leak real quick. Hold down the fort, guys. I'll be right back. Hold down the fort. Oh, we can hear you peeing. I don't think so. The bathroom's kind of far away. Nice try, though. Nice try, though. Drop a deuce. No. We weren't doing that. Yeah, a lot going on today, man. You guys can see me live, I guess, during the stream. Why not? Let's try that today, right? I'm gonna plug in this other phone and have it set up right by the speaker. Let me set up audio here. Echo cancellation. We'll take that off. We'll turn the mic volume all the way up. Is that still good, guys? Can you still hear audio pretty good? Yeah, we'll try it. Why not? Why not? We'll give it a shot. I think I can be live and doing a Twitter space at the same time. Why not? Why the heck not? You know what? Let me prop up. I got an idea. Let me prop this up. Going to prop up the laptop to get it a little bit closer to the phone speaker. And then, yeah, we'll give this a shot. Eventually, I want to do this. I got to figure out. See, I'm not very tech savvy. You know, I was always in broadcasting, obviously. I'm not much of a tech guy, though. Like, I don't understand all the tech side of it, nor do I like it. There we go. This actually could work. But I'll have to figure out a way to, you know, plug this in as a source once I get my studio built. And yeah, that could be kind of cool. So there we go. That's actually nice too. It's a little bit higher elevation. There we go. That way we can have the Crypto Breakfast Club Twitter account on this phone. I've got my other phone right here that you can't see, right by the speaker. So you should hear the speaker coming through my phone. There we go. So we're going to be going live with the Crypto Breakfast Club in 4 minutes, guys. Today's a big day for crypto, Amber, because we got CPI data. We got Donald Trump announcing going to Bitcoin Nashville. We've got ETF news. We'll get all into it. Oh, I got to take this bathroom break off here. Hold on. There we go. Retweet the live stream on X. There you go. Crypto Breakfast Club, baby. About to get it popping. We about to get it popping. We about to get it popping. We are excited. Ladies and gentlemen, we are close, baby. This is what I do every time I get ready for the Breakfast Club. Start doing calisthenics. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let me get a glass of water. I got to get some water in me. Hold on. Let me get my water set up. Hold on, guys. We're going to fire it up. We're going to fire it up. I'm going to get some water. Got to get ready here. Got our water. Got our coffee. And we got the Breakfast Club, baby. Now, we start every Breakfast Club off with Pink Floyd. You guys might not be able to hear this because I got different sources set up, but you'll be able to hear it on the actual Breakfast Club. But we're firing it up, guys. Let's open it up a minute early. What do you guys think? PayPay, I got it on Uniswap, man. Let's start it now. We're starting the Breakfast Club. Here we go, baby. Man, I love this song. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Crypto Breakfast Club. So, Paige, we're trying something new today, bro.
I saw your live stream.
Yeah.
I saw the live stream. You're actually going to start working out. I love it. The calisthenics. I love it. That is awesome.
Yeah, man. So we're live. Eventually, we'll figure this out. I'm not much of a tech person, as funny as that sounds. I do the whole broadcasting thing, but when I was in sports broadcasting for 7 years on radio and TV, I didn't have to know any of that stuff. I just had to be the face and just had to know what the hell I was talking about. So admittedly, I'm not much of a tech person, but I'll learn. Eventually, we're going to be live streaming these. Once I get my studio set up, I'm going to have a studio all set up in the basement. They're getting close. They're making some good progress. Probably a couple months out still. But I'll be able to fly some people out for podcasts. I'm going to have a full podcast studio down there, all soundproof. And I want to...
It's going to be me, baby. I'm guessing.
Oh, we'll get you out here. We'll get you out as long as you're comfortable coming back to the States for a little bit.
Yeah, I think I got 1 week in me, and then I'll be back at the beach over here.
Yeah, man. So it's a little bit.
Why is Crypto G not on stage?
She can request. She knows that.
Crypto G, the love of my life, get on stage. People need to hear you. And Zach from Subway, what are you doing down there? What's going on?
He's coming up. We got Carter. We got Alpha. We got AI Alpha. We've got, so they're saying they can hear me fine, but it's hard to hear the other people, which that's going to be kind of tough. You know what? Let me do this. I'm going to put it right next to the damn speaker. Eventually, I got to make this a source. I got to make the X Space a source. But somebody told me I can actually go live on the X Space too, or whatever. Is that true? Where I can show my camera right on here?
Tom and Pedro do it. They connect the show live to the YouTube and the X Space at the same time.
That's interesting. So how the hell I got to figure out how the hell to do that?
Zach, I'll send. Oh, am I rugging?
No, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, you're rugging, bro.
Oh, okay. I have a link I can send you to do it. And you could also have a couple people come up too and show their face too. I don't know. I'll send it to you. You can play with it. I did it on a live stream the other day with Sharby, so I know some way of doing it, but there is a way for you to do it yourself and then broadcast it.
Interesting. Okay, yeah.
Without having multiple people up.
We'll have to figure that out.
2 different ways.
We'll have to figure that out for sure. Okay, they're saying that's better. Sounds okay now. Perfect. I literally put it right next to the speaker. So, yeah, guys, we have a ton of people, just over almost 1,700 people still with me on the live stream that are listening in on Twitter and YouTube. So that's pretty dope. I guess this is our record. Guys, if you're listening here on YouTube and the live stream that's been running over 2+ hours.
Is it me or is he rugging?
Hey, Zach.
You're rugging, bro. You sound like
you're scrubbing, Zach.
All right, hold on. I got my other phone.
Sound awful.
How about now?
Crypto G, I thought it was me.
How about now?
Yeah, you sound good now.
All right, I can't have my two phones on. I had the Crypto Breakfast Club on my other phone. I think that's what it was doing. Am I good now?
Wait.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's good. What are you from Nigeria trying to get some free tokens or what?
No. I got my other phone. I'm trying to bring the Crypto Breakfast Club Twitter account in here.
Why don't you put it on the computer?
I don't know, bro. I told you I'm not much of a tech junkie. Or tech junkie. You know what the hell I'm talking about. All right, guys, we got to get into the news. Enough nonsense here. We got a ton of shit to talk about. Enough of this BS. Guys, Donald Trump's going, Donald Trump. I've said this 8 times today. I have Donald Trump on my freaking mind.
Enough of this nonsense, Donald Trump.
Oh, my God. Donald Trump. I can't say Donald Trump anymore. I just say Donald Trump. That's the only way I can say it now. After getting into Donald Trump at a 500K market cap, that's the only thing I can say. I can't even say Donald Trump. I mean,
if you meet him at Nashville, be like, nice to meet you, President Trump.
Mr. Trump, can I get your autograph, please? Mr. Trump.
Yeah, right to his face and see if he reacts.
Mr. Trump. Oh, dude, I'll never forget. Funny story. We give our buddies shit all the time. He was like a big guy for autographs. Like we were high schoolers, dude. Like if you're in high school, you cannot be the front of the line pushing 5 and 6 year olds out of the way to get people's autographs. That's a no-no. Our buddy Joey used to always do that, at sporting events. all the time, which was hilarious. But anyway, we need to get into this. Trump is the main speaker at Bitcoin Nashville. This is pretty insane. Now, here's the thing. We talked about this on this Crypto Breakfast Club, if you guys remember. Zach, I know you remember. Now, if this plays out, you guys got to give me my flowers here. If this plays out how I think it could play out. I saw Vivek was a speaker at Bitcoin Nashville. I just spit all over my keyboard and people saw it live. I saw Vivek was a speaker a while ago, and I said, okay. And then the rumors came out that Vivek could potentially be the next VP. Okay? What are you laughing at? What's so funny?
You spit all over your keyboard?
Oh, you must have some kind of delay, bro. You're watching this thing in like freaking, I don't even know where the hell
I'm
you
in
are.
the Matrix, baby.
I said that like 5 minutes ago, bro. But, okay, so Vivek was already going to be there, scheduled as one of the main speakers, alongside Russell Brand, Kathy Wood, Michael Saylor. Now Trump is going to be there. What if he announces Vivek's his running mate at the event? Just saying. It's a 30-minute talk, by the way. So I just tweeted this out. We got a little bit more news and details, and I'm trying to get more insight on this. I've already sent like 2 emails out because I got a media pass, and I know somebody who's helping run the event. So I'm trying to get. I know he's going to be speaking on the last day, on the 27th, from what I hear. 30-minute talk. And Vivek's already going to be there. This could be huge, but it says here, former U.S. President Donald Trump is scheduled to speak at the Bitcoin 2024 conference in Nashville, July 27th. This event marks Trump's direct engagement with crypto community and is significant due to this potential influence on the political landscape, crypto industry, blah, blah, blah. Okay, his speech is anticipated to last 30 minutes and comes amid a backdrop of shifting political attitudes toward crypto, particularly within the Republican Party. So what do you guys think of this? I think this could be huge. I mean, obviously, if he announces Vivek as his VP here, just that alone, imagine all the media outlets and coverage that we get just from that alone, and it happened at Bitcoin Nashville, right? It's like that indirect, like, coverage. No matter what, this is bullish. But what do you guys have to say about all of this? I think it's a big deal.
Yeah, Zach, it's a huge deal for sure. I mean, now I'm from Denmark, everybody. So we don't see a lot of the media coverage from the United States. But one thing we see is Donald Trump, and we see him all over the television every day. Whatever he does, it's just there. And if he would do some stunt like this, and I believe all the other countries in Europe as well, they're getting probably the same coverage as Denmark is. And I think it would spread across the global media platforms and news stuff as really fast. It would go wild.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that Trump's decided to go after he knows Vivek was going to be there, like a late addition. It is kind of weird. Zach, what's your take on this? And by the way, Zach, get ready for your Trump coins to pump. We got Bitcoin Nashville coming up in 2 weeks. You know, we thought we had a runway all the way leading up to the election. Well, now we have another catalyst, baby, and I'm serious. What do you got, Zach? What's your take?
Oh, I know. I called it. Did I call it? And now that once I saw him, he's going to be a speaker, I swapped some Sol for Bitcoin today. I said I wasn't going to do it, but the catalyst is there. I mean, we know he's going to talk about Bitcoin, so I might as well get into a better position. You know, I change with the news, so you have to. Like, I wasn't going to buy, I thought ETH was going to be, the catalyst, but this moment with Trump speaking, I think Bitcoin's going to do very well.
What the hell is this noise?
I think somebody was getting out of the car.
Talking.
Yeah, Paige must not have a car.
I don't have a car.
He's never heard that sound before.
Join it.
So wait, what's going on? Oh, did Zach have to bounce off or what? Okay.
No, I'm still here. I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Can you
Don't
hear me?
listen to Pate. I don't.
Oh, okay.
He keeps fucking this thing up.
It's true. He does. Yeah, that's it. And everyone read the bubble right there, what I put up there. If you come up to speak, please raise your hand, retweet the space, show some respect. We are trying to, make a movement here and keep this thing professional also. But what I was saying before is with Trump speaking, for me, that's a huge catalyst for Bitcoin because I know he's going to be talking about Bitcoin, obviously, at the conference. So I swapped some SOL this morning for Bitcoin. I usually say I'm going to stay with ETH because, the ETFs are coming. But honestly, I think the Bitcoin thing is going to happen before the ETF. So I'm just getting into a better position. And then, once it pumps, I might get out of that and go back to ETH. But, I follow the news and the news is there. So extremely bullish. September, I think will be, going into the season will be great months for crypto. So just getting in better positions, really. I mean, the CPI data came back. That was really good. So see some rate cuts.
Yep.
That's all I got really at the moment.
We'll get into that too. We'll get into rate cuts after this Trump conversation for sure, because we definitely want to talk about that. I think it's really, really bullish. Your MAGA token is up a little bit today, Zach, up 11+%, pumping a little bit, $75 million market cap. So I'm watching that as well.
I think that's going to run. I think it's going to run.
Yep.
Getting closer to the event. So I'm watching that carefully.
I like it. I like that play for sure. PayPay is pumping like crazy. We'll get into that later too. Paid, what's your take on this whole Trump news?
Listen, if Trump does what he said he's going to do with all the self-custody shit and allowing the American people to do it, I think we're going to the moon. I think we're going to the moon on a Trump rocket ship made from titanium or whatever they make rocket ships from. Because, guys, I don't think you understand how bullish it would be if we have a crypto, influenced president. It's the first one of our history. It'll be the first one of all time. And it's, one of the most recognizable and or controversial figures currently in our modern day history. I think it's super bullish.
Yeah, and no matter what here, I mean, this is the first big presidential race where crypto has been a topic of discussion, right? And like this is a monumental moment just in that alone. RFK, by the way, is going to be there as well as one of the speakers. RFK is going to be there. He's probably the most bullish on crypto. Obviously, a lot of people don't think he has a chance to win, but still interesting nonetheless. And Cynthia Lummis, who's been very much a big advocate. A lot of people in the Senate are going to be there. I was taking a look at that speaker list today during our live stream, which we're still live right now on YouTube. It's probably why our numbers are a little bit down on this space, but guys, our numbers are way bigger than they really are because we've got almost 1,800 people on my live stream right now over on YouTube and X. So we're almost at 2,000 people concurrently actually listening to this, which is freaking awesome. We got to continue to do it this way. But Barkoshi, go ahead, and then we'll get to Devon. Barkoshi, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to play a little devil's advocate and say, well, we all think Trump's going to win. Right now, he's polling really well. But if the Democrats actually pulled Joe Biden off the ticket, that might help them spur a little more voter confidence and get a little more momentum away from Trump. So that's also something to think about why we're all hyping up Trump is, yes, he is the best crypto advocate. There's a chance that he could still lose if the Dems are smart and take Joe Biden off the ticket. The other thing, everybody's counting RFK out, but if he strategically targets states and doesn't go for votes, but targets the electoral college, he could make it where no one hits that 270, and then that will be a very interesting election right there. I liked some of the things Kennedy was saying, but once his family came out and was talking about that worm in his brain, that kind of blew his chances big. But I still think if he targets the electrical college,
getting a lot of feedback, Barkoshi. Getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, sorry, I'm down at the ocean right now.
Okay. If you get into a better spot, come back with us. There's a lot of feedback.
It sounds like you're in the ocean.
I might be.
Nice. It's probably beautiful though. No, I hear you though, man. Come back with us when it's a little less noisy. But interesting points. I think, no matter what RFK, I think he definitely has a base. And I just don't think it's enough to sway an election. As much as I would love to get away from the two-party, red Kool-Aid versus blue Kool-Aid, it's just so hard to unravel what's been created. I don't know. But we'll save that topic for another day. I mean, as we get closer to the election, we'll probably have some spaces just kind of, off the rails a little bit with politics. Why the hell not? But Devon, go ahead. What do you got, man?
Hey, good morning, everybody. I'm glad for letting me up. I just wanted to comment because you were asking about Trump and how do you feel about, I think you asked directly, how do you feel about this in relation to crypto? And I just want to say that I have a little bit of a different stance. If we look at the last election, I believe that Joe Biden had 81 million votes and Donald Trump had 74 million votes. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I believe that crypto has become politicized because I believe that crypto will actually be the deciding factor within this next election. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at statistics, I think they said over 40 million Americans have exposure to crypto. Some estimates go as high as over 80 million. So even if we say that that's an exaggerated stance, let's just take 10% of that 80 million. That's 8 million people, right? 8 million people would be the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden being the president, the next president of the United States, right? So I have the stance that crypto will decide who will be the next president. And if you look at the first 2 years of Joe Biden's term in office, he had more of a not so friendly stance, or his cabinet had not so much of a friendly stance towards crypto and innovation. And as we got closer to election and they started to see that this asset class is not going anywhere, right, with the Bitcoin ETFs, with all of the BlackRock institutions coming in doing tokenization, whether you look at what Stellar is doing for tokenization, Franklin Templeton, they started to recognize that, well, this thing is here to stay and we have to start being more friendly towards it. Even people on the opposing side of the aisle have started to open their stance and actually start to go against what the president of the United States has said. So I think that they recognize that, hey, if the Republicans have made this a bipartisan issue, we have to start embracing innovation right now. And I believe it's a little bit too late because the Republicans have become the party of innovation, right? They started to recognize that, hey, we can get a younger voter base, and that's what crypto is doing. So I'm not necessarily a proponent of Donald Trump because I believe that he's strictly just doing this strategically to get the crypto vote, which I believe is very strategic. It's very smart. My vote is actually RFK. That's who I will personally be voting for because he's one of the only few candidates that has actually taken the time to educate himself on what this asset class is.
Appreciate that, man. A ton of great points. I think you're right. I think it is very, very undermined, the impact that the crypto voter, could have because let's face it. I mean, what we do know is the last election was decided by a very small margin. I can't remember the exact number. Somebody may be able to jump in and help me out, but it was a number similar to what you explained, if I remember correctly. It could come down to this, and there are, I think, a lot of majority one-issue voters out there. It might not be crypto, but for crypto people, it's probably crypto. There are a lot of people somewhere in the middle that vote based on one or two major things. We've heard about abortion, obviously, all this, gun laws, whatever it is. Crypto's one of those, I think, and I think this is going to be really interesting to watch it play out. But great points, man. Thanks for stepping up too. And I've seen you in the audience a while. Thanks for your support here too.
Oh, no problem. I really appreciate what it is that you do, and also You're one of the few people. I'm actually a Quorum validator, so I've seen some of the things that you said about it. You definitely, I just wanted to say, appreciate that. I like a lot of the content that you do create.
Appreciate that, man. Ken Dupe, go ahead, man.
Yo, cheers. Devon, you had some really great points there. I would like to turn it around a little bit. So in terms of the election, it is definitely casting a lot of light on crypto. And I think in terms of the mediums we're using, or we've been given by Elon Musk and also Telegram, and things are just developing in a community sort of way, we have to prove our worth now, because the light is shining on us right now. So if we can prove that we can work hard and we can actually develop stuff and make applicable usage to real world problems and stuff like that, I think we'll have a huge impact on the election. But it's our own responsibility to work hard for it, more than just putting the ball in the presidential's hands. We have to take the ball ourselves and work our fucking asses off for this. Because I'm interested in crypto. Honestly, my main point is not the American election. I want to see the world become a more free space for people with proper governance in terms of individuals, and not so much just being slaves for governments anymore.
Cardano.
Yeah, we had a good Cardano conversation yesterday, Carter. I'll let you jump in here too in just a sec, but somebody asked on the live stream there, Ken Dupe, you changed your name. You're throwing me off here. Somebody asked if you're Danish, so people spotted your accent. But Carter, go ahead, man. What's your take on this? And then we'll get up to Crypto G if she has something. And then I see we got another speaker up here too.
Yeah, I am Danish.
Yeah, no, I answered it for you on the live stream. I got you. Carter, what's your take on this?
What's good, everybody?
Yo, Carter, did you share the room?
Did I share the room?
Mr. Carter, share the room.
Let's give it good.
What's up, man?
Yeah. This CPI report's very bullish, so we're
going there next.
I am very excited.
Yeah, we're going there next. 100%. I think it sets a huge stage for us later this year. But you got anything on this Donald Trump news? I had to pause. Donald Trump, not Trump.
Absolutely. I'll probably try to go to the conference since he's going to be there. But everyone's talking about Vivek being the VP potentially. But what if Donald Trump throws a curveball and has RFK as his VP? And I could see it happening. Who knows? So that's my 2 cents.
That would be interesting. RFK is going to be there, and I'll tell you another one who's going to be there. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard's going to be one of the speakers at Bitcoin Nashville. That would be another curveball. I think Tulsi would be great in terms of bridging that gap between both political parties there. I think she would be phenomenal. I love Tulsi. But man, good insight. Let's go up to Crypto G, and then we'll get over to CT, get their thoughts, and then we'll talk CPI.
Thanks, Zach. Let's start talking politics. My interest peaks up.
Let Crypto G first, and then we'll get over to you, CT.
Okay.
Yeah, come on, CT. Let my lady speak. Thank you.
Can you guys hear Crypto G? I can't hear her.
Yeah, I can hear her.
I hear her loud and clear.
Oh, she said, "Oh my God."
It's rugged. Yeah, I can't hear her.
No.
You're just fine. You're just fine.
I couldn't hear.
I can't hear.
She's probably talking about PayPay though, so she can drop down and come back.
Saying Zach, she was saying good morning.
Oh, she hadn't talked about PayPay yet in the first 5 seconds?
No, not at all. She was talking about me, actually.
I doubt it, bro. Let's go to CT. Crypto G, drop down and come back up. I couldn't hear you. CT, what's up?
Thank you, Zach. Start talking politics, I get real interested. I think it's important to remember that some of the new polling showing that 51% of the electorate identifies as independent. I think I think that bodes well for Kennedy, and it's easy to write him off as he doesn't really have a chance. But I think that narrative is kind of created by Main Street media as they don't want him to have a chance. But I think there's a hidden electorate that is really activated for him and his efforts. And he was the first one who really got behind crypto and the benefits. And Biden and Trump have kind of come on afterwards. But saying that, I am excited for Trump to have his speech. I think it's going to be great for the crypto industry, and will go a long ways to mass adoption. But I would caution not to write off Kennedy, as I think that he has a lot of support.
No, I think that's really good insight. And I think no matter what, I mean, having RFK there, having Tulsi Gabbard there, having Vivek, having Trump, having Kathy Wood, Michael Saylor, all these influential people is really, really good. I'm actually excited to see Dave Smith there. That's one of my favorite comedians. Dave Smith's going to be a speaker there too. He's a political guy too, and really smart guy when it comes to just history and stuff like that. I've seen him on Rogan quite a bit. But yeah, a lot of influential people there. I think it's good for the space. And obviously there's so many people who just follow what Trump does and where he goes that I think there's going to have to be some spillover positive effects just for crypto. I mean, it's free marketing in a lot of ways. Half-hour speech up there. There's going to be clips, especially if he announces Vivek or whoever is going to be his VC. Should be interesting for sure.
I think if Tulsi ends up getting on a ticket, and if she does, it would obviously be with Trump. But she has been so positive with comments about the Trump campaign lately and defending him. I wonder if that's where this is headed. But she would be a game changer. If she would jumped on Trump's as VP pick, that's kind of game over to me. She could swing the electorate that much.
I agree. I mean, I think Vivek carries some weight. He's new, he's young, he's an entrepreneur. He can help the young vote. But Tulsi's established. People know who she is. And her likability is, I don't know the numbers or whatever, but she's very likable on both sides of the political aisle. So I think that could be a game changer as well. I'm with you on that. Crypto G's back up here. Go ahead.
I would like to know what you said as I was leaving the stage. What did you say? I doubt it, and that was a before comment.
He was kind of shitting on your life about PayPay. That's all.
I asked if you had talked about PayPay in your first 10 seconds that I couldn't hear.
I love the assumptions. Also, you need to check your DMs at some point. Okay, so back to the...
Oh, Crypto G, you need to check your DMs.
No, I didn't miss anything. Did I?
But I like her. She's got you guys both showing the project. She doesn't say nothing.
Good morning, everyone on stage. Listen, I think everyone on the panel has solid points about the two candidates here, RFK and Trump. I'm still divided, honestly, here. So I think the country is more in the middle. I think the red and blue pill is fallen on. I think it's not as polarized as the people make it seem, especially on Capitol Hill. But I think more people fall somewhere in the middle, and I think RFK is very appealing. Unfortunately, I don't think he's strong enough against Trump, who is extremely vocal. He is a stronger candidate. His base is stronger. At least they're more vocal about it. But I think that RFK has been a genuine, what am I trying to say? He's been, I want to say, more vocal about crypto before Trump even got there. I think Trump realized that the crypto vote does matter, and that's when he switched his narrative. So that concerns me. So I'll be looking forward to what he has to say going forward in the next few months regarding crypto, and really the specifics, not just that he's pro crypto, but is he going to support cold hard wallets, right? That'll be interesting, because the government tends to want to control everything, and if they don't have their hands in it or to a way to profit on it, they're really not interested, right? So I think, and we saw that with, like, for example, the legalization of marijuana, right? That's the whole reason they didn't want to legalize it, because they couldn't figure out a way to tax it or profit off of it if people were growing it themselves. And so it'll be interesting to see what the next few months will reveal regarding his stance on specifics, rather than, I'm pro crypto or pro Bitcoin. You know, I want to hear more from him before I firmly decide.
That's a great point. I mentioned this too on the live stream. I think this is going to be a really big opportunity for him to talk about self-custody. He mentioned that briefly. And you know what? I'll tell you guys this. At a Bitcoin conference, they care about self-custody. They want to hear about that, especially the Bitcoin maxis. That is of the utmost importance to them. Let me tell you that. So will he dive into that? Will he take it elsewhere too? Like, will he talk about the rest of the market? Will it just be Bitcoin centric? That'll be something else I'll be watching for as well. But yeah, great points. We've got some new speakers up here. Let's see, or we did at least at one point. Let's see. Carter wants to jump in, and so does Zach. And Paige
guys,
jump
if
in
you
Paige's gonna jump in.
Yeah, exactly. I jump in regardless. Yeah. Listen, if you're coming to the stage and you haven't shared, you're getting muted. Guys, we give you free alpha. We give you great conversation every day. All you got to do is share the room to speak. That's it. Share the room. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't hurt you. If you're going to speak and I see you didn't share you, I'm going to mute it. It's going to be muted. Unlike me, I'm going to mute. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that, dude. Zach had his hand up, and we will transition here into CPI. So if you're interested in CPI discussion, but a lot of people want to have a lot to say here, which is good. Love the conversation this morning. By the way, we have almost 2,000 people with us when we include who's here and then who's on the live stream with us. So epic day here for us, and a lot of stuff going on. So we will get to CPI discussion here. But Zach, go ahead, and then we'll get down to Carter and Devon. And then we'll maybe look to move on, and unless somebody else has something to jump in on.
No, you can go to the next speaker. Paige said what I was going to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Carter,
about a bit.
Carter,
there's rumors about the Trump announcing BTC as a reserve asset for the United States. So I don't know. Who knows? This could be a real wild card here.
That could be crazy too. Hadn't even thought about that. Devon, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, because I've been hearing a lot of people speak. While I do believe that RFK does have a more understanding of the asset class, a lot of people have been saying that they feel that Trump has recently switched his stance, and I would just encourage people to actually look at what he did in his first term, right? He actually was the first president to actually sign in legislation that was crypto friendly. He actually signed the bill that involved Ripple, because Ripple was trying to help integrate the faster payment system into the United States core financial system. So just look into what he was doing in 2017. He had Ripple come up, he had Stellar come up, right? Because these are one of the few crypto companies that have actually tried to help revolutionize payments and help onboard not only financial institutions, but governments around the world. So Trump has been very, very, well, I wouldn't say Trump directly, but I'll say his administration has been very crypto friendly. But at the time, it would have been taken as a joke, because we're talking 2017, right? This asset class had not matured to the level that it has today. So he has been very aware of the crypto industry, his administration. Has he done his own due diligence in the asset class? I mean, he is a very older individual, so I'm pretty sure he's learned some things. I know he has understanding enough to go to conferences and have the basic talking points, but he is aware of how important this is to keep us competitive on a global stage.
No, that's great insight. I wasn't even aware of that. I'll have to definitely look into that. That's big. I mean, so somebody in his corner has basically, I think, schooled him up a little bit. And obviously, there's definitely an element of him going after votes here. I mean, he was, definitely, kind of late to the party because what was it, about May 2024, I think, earlier this year, where he like kind of fully went all in and started really talking about it publicly. He knows the game, but yeah, I think you're right. It sounds like some people in his corner have, helped him along a little bit, which is good. I want to shift the conversation to CPI. So best case scenario happened today. And, price-wise, we got a little bit of a pump, buy the rumors, sell the news. I don't really care about that. That's short term. I'm really I'm more concerned about or more interested about knowing when these rate cuts will happen. And I want to get into that because the chances of rate cuts in September just skyrocketed based on what happened today, which is really bullish for us if we still, think that there's going to be a Q4 pump here in the markets. So this is from the Kobayashi letter. I'll try to pin this up at the top. Actually, I can't at this moment because I'm reading it off my laptop. But the Kobayashi letter, if you guys don't follow this account, definitely do so. It's Kobeissi letter. Kobayashi, however you pronounce it. Odds of a Fed rate cut by September 2024 skyrocket to 83% after June CPI inflation data. Keep in mind, it's a lagging indicator. So today's July. We're in July, but this is CPI from the month prior. It's always a lagging indicator. So June 2024 marked the first negative, check this out, first negative month-over-month inflation print since May 2020. That's a huge deal. First negative month-over-month inflation print since May 2020. Now, we've got a lot of the, met expectations, right? So today would have been 3.1% would have met expectations. We came in lower. So a negative month-over-month inflation print, first time since May 2020. Headline inflation is now at a 12-month low and 100 basis points away from the Fed's 2% target for what they want to call a soft landing. Prior to the CPI inflation report today, the market predicted about a 67% chance of rate cuts by September. Now you can find 83 to 85% chances of a rate cut by September, depending on where you look. It was exactly 1 year ago the Fed stopped raising interest rates. So what do you guys think? Do the Feds have the green light to cut rates by September leading up to this election? What do you guys think? Whoever wants to jump in first here. And what does this mean for crypto? Barkoshi, go ahead.
First, the mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Gotcha, brother.
Yeah, he's awesome. Well, it makes me nervous because while everybody is hyped up on rate cuts, rate cuts are actually bad. We've been having such low rates for so long that this is just kicking the can of 08 down the road. I'm not too big of the new money theory, and where they're trying to say debt isn't bad, it's actually a good thing. That is not the case. Debt is always bad. If you owe somebody, it's not a good thing. So while, yeah, it's great to see that inflation is finally cooling off, it's not the right move for the Fed to lower the rates just yet. If you look at the M2 trending, we're seeing something that we only see every time there's a great economic collapse. And that is where there is more money in the system than ever before. There's more money loaned out than that there's in the system. So not the last time, but when this happened, it caused the Great Depression. And granted, we didn't have a central Fed for most of these, and it might play out a little different, but I see this if they lower the rates, it's just going to kick the can down the road, create a bigger problem, and the fiat system will eventually collapse, which, I mean, I guess is a good thing for crypto in the long run. But once that happens, if we don't do the smart transition to crypto now, a lot of people are going to starve to death. There's going to be a lot of famine. There's going to be just economic crisis everywhere. So that's just kind of my take on it.
Appreciate that. Great insight there. Go ahead, Zach. And by the way, we crossed over 2,000 people listening right now to the space, both on X Live, YouTube Live, and here on the actual space. So that's pretty sweet. Go ahead, Zach.
Let's go. Yeah, that's so bullish. 2,000 people. Yeah, if you come up as a speaker, please retweet the space. We give you all the alpha. But yeah, it's extremely bullish for crypto. Fiat system crashing. I mean, it's really good for all of us. And we're all super early. Like, you see what's going on? Honestly, I should say this, but back in the day, I mean, Nostradamus predicted this, a world currency, and I think it's crypto. He also predicted Trump was going to win twice. So yeah, I know I'm a crazy man like that. I look into that kind of stuff, and it's actually helped me out a lot. I won't pull that that kind of stuff. But yeah, for crypto, it's bullish. I mean,
keep your seatbelt on. Keep your seatbelt on.
I know. Sorry, I'm driving.
Did Nostradamus tell you to put your seatbelt on or no?
No, he told me to tell you to stop interrupting people. Paid.
That was actually me.
It's a part of my stick, baby.
That was actually me. My bad, Zach. Go ahead.
Well, Zach is Nostradamus. No, you're good. That's bro. Funny. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. You can go into the next person, but I think it's just bullish for crypto. Honestly, fiat's dying. They keep printing money, and there's nothing to back it up. So crypto is it. Bitcoin is the new currency, gold, the way I look at it. And honestly, I don't want gold. I can't go transfer that to someone in like Dubai. It costs money, a lot of money. You got to carry it. You got to hold it. Bitcoin, quick transaction, done. So that's why crypto will be here to stay. And it is the future. We're going to laugh 5 to 10 years from now. You know what I mean? I think it's, the pulling stuff out of meme coins and putting it into stable coins. I know I'm all over the place. That is the true asset right there. I mean, not everything's going to survive, but Bitcoin and Ethereum, they're here to stay. Look at the market caps. I mean, it's blatantly obvious where you should put your money. Not financial advice, but that's what I'm doing.
Love it. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, I feel kind of the same way like Zach was saying. I've been telling everybody, they're like, oh, crypto ain't going to be worth nothing. But you got to remember, every time somebody buys a crypto token, they spend $1 or they spend their denominational money wherever they're living at. You know what I mean? So that's getting absorbed into the system, So eventually that's going to teeter out and it's going to turn all into crypto, So by the year 2030, they're saying by the tokenization, everything's going to be tokenized by then. I think it's going to happen even faster because as the crypto starts getting adopted and everybody starts buying into it, those assets are going to start disappearing and get turned into crypto. So I see things transitioning really fast once we get to 50%, as far as the market goes for the dollar versus the crypto dollar, So I just want to come and say hi. Thanks for letting me be in here. Everybody like following, share everybody in here. I got to take off real quick, go to a meeting, but I appreciate you guys letting me be in here. I'll listen to the rest of the show later.
Appreciate you as always, brother. Zach, you got something to respond to that with, or what do you got? And then we'll go to Simon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can even take it a step further because this does have to do with crypto. I see the future for NFTs. Think about like restaurants that get their food delivered. Your stuff is fresh, even car notes, house notes. Like crypto is the future. And just, you got to look, 5 to 10 years down the road. And, like I said before, we're all still early, and I see huge things happening, especially in the NFT space, if it's done correctly. Just not the money grab stuff, but, even like I'm working on something where I could work out with Dick's Sporting Goods for my project where, you do a subscription base, you could get like 30% off of goods and sports gear. Like there's so much bullish stuff that can happen in crypto. And I know I got to bring this back to CPI data, but, the fiat going downhill is good for crypto. Okay, I'll shut up now.
No, appreciate that, man. If you guys are watching the live stream on X, if you could help us with a retweet and keep the numbers going up, we appreciate that. That's always great. We're having some great conversations, so we appreciate that greatly. We've got quite a few people with us today. This is freaking awesome. Simon, go ahead, man. Are you there? What do you got?
I love
What?
souls.
Excuse me?
Small.
All right, I have no idea what he's saying.
Goodbye.
Yeah, remove him. We tried. Devon, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mar.
Yeah, I was just going to say when it comes to CPI data, I think there's a very small chance that we see rate cuts. And the reason being is because I don't know if you guys heard Jerome Powell speak, and he said he hasn't really talked to the president within 2 years. With them trying to do a rate cut in September would essentially be galvanizing people to try to move towards the left, right, to kind of buy votes. Whereas in that situation, a person in Jerome Powell's situation, in his seat, he has to be as neutral as possible. So I don't think until after the president is elected, we're going to see any type of rate cuts, considering the fact that we don't want to sway the vote in one way or the other. So, yeah, I think it's very little chance. However, a lot of people feel that rate cuts is going to be bullish for crypto, and it could be a short-term catalyst. But my stance today, and from what I looked at, because I spent a lot of time looking at the Southeast Asian market, in the Eastern Hemisphere in general, crypto has already become a flight to safety. I know people are saying, over the years, mass adoption. Mass adoption is here right now. Considering what the EU has just done with their stance with the micro regulations, right? USDC is now officially legal tender in Europe, and the Euro stablecoin as well, right? We're talking about legal tender. That means that you can go anywhere and spend your USDC in Europe, or in the EU specifically, right? And we know that the UK is coming, and so is the Middle East. And by far, what stablecoins has done for the industry by legitimizing it, I mean, billions of transactions and dollars that are happening constantly. So with crypto being a flight to safety, especially in the Eastern Hemisphere, to avoid inflation, I mean, some of the things that happen for fiat currencies in these Eastern Hemispheres is ridiculous, right? And crypto has been a savior. It has been the savior for many years now. So whether or not we get rate cuts, pretty much every asset class has been burnt, and we can see that statistically if you guys look at the numbers. Every asset class, maybe real estate is still competing, but most people are flying towards precious metals, and precious metals just does not have the transportability that crypto can offer. So crypto is a flight to safety. This asset class is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, and we don't need rate cuts to actually see this asset class go on the bull run tear that we all know is getting ready to come. It's inevitable.
No, great insight. Appreciate that. Mark, go ahead.
Hey, Zach. Yeah, hope everyone is doing great. Thank you for having me up. Just really quick, I'm not a professional at these topics, but I did live it. I lived it in 2008. And I think Devon, he's spot on. We do not need rate cuts. If you want to throw a bone out there and do a little rate cut right before elections, we all know why that's happening. But, talk about inflation, but the biggest nightmare is deflation. If we see rate cuts back at what it was, 2-3 years, we're in a recession. So, just keep it the way it is. I know that, like you said, real estate is doing good. It has slowed down a little bit down here in the big cities. But I still think that real estate is going to go strong. Here in this big city down in South Florida, we're short on houses, man. There's not enough houses. And I'll be, if I want to get another property, I'll be happy to pay 3% interest. But that's just bad news. That is deflation. That is the worst. That's depression. I don't think crypto needs rate cuts. I think it would just be, like you said, a short hype, and that's it. And when people speak about the U.S. in debt, I laugh at that. Debt is not bad. When you buy a house, you get in debt. You're in debt. But that doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, these guys hold the most gold in the whole world. I mean, I just laugh. Whenever a country is in trouble, first one is there's the U.S. What do you think that country's in debt now with? So it's funny how they just throw all the numbers out there. But yeah, I would stay away from rate cuts. It's all these Jeets that want to hear rate cuts so they could, make money off the small pump on crypto. I think crypto is just a different asset, different animal, a different breed. They once said that crypto was made for a reception, So, but I just don't want to see a reception, man. That the struggles that I saw back in 2008 from my side, and many people, and the depression was just super sad. I lived it, and just to go out there and find a job, it was tough. It was tough, and it was a freaking nightmare, But yeah, listen, I'm bullish on crypto no matter what. It's a young asset, and it's going to have the struggles, but it's just growing from now on, And now seeing these candidates, even if Trump doesn't mean it 100%, at least he's still talking about it, And we never had this attention 4 years ago, man. These guys never even mentioned nothing. None of the presidents, no politician even mentioned crypto back in the elections of 2020. And now, they're talking about it. You got Trump showing up to Nashville now. I mean, it's crazy, man. And at the end, it's true. The credit, I give it to Kennedy, man. He's the one that came in hardcore on Bitcoin and crypto. And these old dinosaurs, started realizing, oh, shit, we got we have a lot of voters. And they do it for the votes, but at the end, he's going to have to put his word out there and say, hey, you just can't turn on us after this, or, it would just be bad, But yeah, if I do see rate cuts, it's just for the left side, more for the presidential. But, man, I don't want to see that thing go under 5. If I see rate cuts and the interest rate going under 5, it's scary, man. We're talking about deflation, and we're talking about recession coming in, and we don't want that. We don't want that. Even if they say crypto was made for that, we don't want that, man. That's just a lot of struggles, and I just hate seeing people struggle,
Appreciate that, Mar. Anybody else have any insight or takes on rate cuts, what it could mean, bullish, bearish, short-term, long-term? Anybody else have anything to say on that before we move on? I want to get into ETFs a little bit and then bring it into kind of meme coins, altcoins, kind of what we're looking at. Go ahead. Go ahead, Damien.
Hey, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you guys are. It's midnight here in Australia. But yeah, with rate cuts, it's more, that's like one aspect of a bigger problem, right? There's lots of things that causes depression for the average human these days. So it literally just comes down to understanding that it's going to be just as bad, maybe worse than 2008 for most people, I think, that didn't get into real estate. People that missed out on buying houses in Australia alone in 2010 to 2021, that 11-year gap, right? There was like a slow, steady...
Hey, did you maybe mute me or something? I can't hear anything.
Oh, am I quiet, am I?
Ramon.
No, you're good.
Go ahead,
Ramon, drop down and come back up.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it happens with the connection, right? But so the movement alone from 2010 to obviously it wasn't the same as Bitcoin, right? But this real estate, it was like a linear progression. Like houses were 300K around my area, 600, 750, 900. Oh my God, it's going to $1 million. Now it's 1.1, 1.2. Now it's around 1.8, right? Because it went from, this was like 2010 to 2014. Like the houses in Australia is like 4x plus. But a lot of it's happened in the last 3 years. So from, say, 2021 alone to now, like the houses has increased like 25-30%. So people getting buying that house for that inflated price, getting that extra interest plus what rate cuts that could do crazy stuff, and it's all back. Right, this is all under the contract of, if you want to look at tokenomics, the US dollar. You know what I'm saying? And they just minted the shit out of it. So pardon my language, but you know what I'm saying. And then from that from 2020, the big COVID dilemma, right? it allowed for the people that rigged the incorporation election potentially, who knows, right? But nonetheless, they printed like $20 trillion plus, right? And that was more than they ever printed. But that this solidified that that dollar will absolutely be whatever. Because what they did was they bought they printed it, and then they bought a ton of real estate, right? Which caused the pricing to go up now because they bought a lot, right? They want to BlackRock alone want to hold like 50 to 60% of the average, housing in America, and just rent it out. Right, so that to me is what's the scariest part. It's like the ownership, but when you kind of realize that and kind of have your own niche, your own world with your kids, your parents, your brotherhood, your whatever your friends, you have to kind of like, I don't know, be aware, be a step ahead. So in other words, like collect crypto. In other words, sum it up so we can move on to collect for your next generation. So find those blue chips that you think will last those bear markets. Find the ones that have. I ride those blue chips, right? And then I build community, and you have good utility, good meme ideas, good structure, good timing, good market making, all that jazz. You can really ride the interval of Bitcoin as it we were anticipating hitting new all-time highs, and then price discovery to the 6-figure range. So that's my little 2 cents, if it must say.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming up, and thanks for staying up late over there in Australia too. So appreciate that. We do have Crypto Safe Trade wanting to get in real quick. We're about an hour in here, guys. Time's flying, having a ton of fun. There's Monk S wants to jump in on this one too. Appreciate everybody rocking with us here. Make sure you do share the space. Does help us out. And shout out to all the people listening on the live streams too, whether it's on X and YouTube. Almost 2,000 there just solely over there. So we're over 2,000 people hanging out with us, almost 2,100 people listening into the conversation. So we appreciate you guys. Crypto Safe Trade, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are well. I'm just going to be really short on my thoughts on the CPI data, etc. So the decrease of the inflation number was you could have basically anticipated it. Simple. If you would have gone on Forex Factory, the forecast was clearly telling you that they were about basically basically the inflation number was going to be published and will be lower than the previous one, the forecasted one, and what was expected. So generally speaking, when the CPI number decreases, the yearly one, the market pumps, and when it basically increases, the market dumps, at least for crypto. And also the 18th of September, it's been already 1 month and a half, 2 months, that we know that the 18th of September, that we will have a high probability to have a decrease in terms of interest rate. Why? Because you go on the CME Fed Watch tool, and over there you have a table matrix with the probabilities, and it's been a while that the probability are freaking high. Other than that, what will happen? It's clear normally, historically speaking, Bitcoin pumps at that moment, and the DXY, so the DXY, the US dollar against 5 other currencies, fiat, decreases in value because they start printing, emitting more numbers of US dollar. And then I expect a pump, a bullish market continuation until mid-December, maximum of maximum. And until there, from September on, pump from of BTC until 86K. From there, BTC dominance still increasing. Then over there, top it up for BTC dominance, starts dropping. Then we have the alt season. And then mid-December, just before Christmas, it's horrible over there because nobody's on the market. We go back to 57. brutally or gradually from 86 to 57, but first we have the alt season. And then later on, 6 months later, like what we have seen in the previous bull market, the previous cycle, we will see like from 57 when nobody will believe in it because they were all expecting 100K, all of them when we were at 86K. It's over, it's all over, and then Bitcoin is going to do what it always does, surprising people, dribbling people, catching them off guard, is going to repump to around 100K, but then I cannot tell you it can be 100K, max I would be 130K, but it's going to be really difficult because it's a psychological level. You need new people buying at 100K, but who knows with the narrative what they can say. And then it would correspond around approximately to the 4-year cycle, October 2025, which is normally the at the end of this cycle. And that's pretty much it. And then bear market. But yeah, so that's what I exactly expect. I think it makes a lot of sense, and it will wreck people on both sides. Why? Because when it's going to pump right now, there are two possibilities: whether we go to 51K or we have already bottomed. People are limbo. A lot of them are sideline, waiting for this last drop of BTC, thinking that they are smarter. They can be, but it's like a binary 50-50% of chance that it goes there. And then what happens, generally speaking, it lateralizes, and then it goes to the upside, catching them off guard. Why? Just for creating basically FOMO. And then everybody FOMO, and then they will be salty, those people, because, oh, I was waiting at 51K. And for the rest, why everyone will be wrecked? Because at 86, all the moon boys, all the people who do not reach out, they will say, oh, 100K, 150K. And then it's going to drop, and they are not going to understand, oh, I am disappointed, I don't understand, and they will hold their position. And then at 57K, they are going to say, oh, it's over. A lot of them are going to sell. And then what's going to happen? Giga pump from there, and then it's the last one. And then when we'll be there, because a lot of time, Bitcoin over time, and if they don't believe in the 4-year cycle, they will think, oh, this thing has always outperformed the rest of the assets. It's going to continue. We are in a super cycle and bullshit like that we have already heard during the previous cycle. While in fact, no, I think. And then they will also be wrecked. They will basically hold the bag at 100K or 100K plus. So this is how it's going to go, I think. And it's my opinion. And I tell you everything. That's all for me. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate that. Paid. Look like you disagree there. But hey, listen. I mean, everybody deserves a thesis and an opinion. I mean, nobody really knows at the end of the day. Nobody that I know knows. I don't think anybody has a crystal ball. But I mean, hey, you've got to play it out in your head how you think it's going to go, especially if you're a trader. And I respect that from you there. I mean, you've got a well thought out thesis. And, you know, similar to what happened in 2021, I guess there's some parallels there to what you said. I mean, because we got the big blow off top, we got the big retrace back down. People did freak out. And then, you know, we bounced up and set all-time highs. So basically you're saying, hey, that's going to happen again, which, you know, our best guess is, you know, history. So from that standpoint, I hear you. It's interesting. Paige, did you have something to respond? And then we'll go to Monka S, and then we'll get into some conversations about ETFs real quick, and then meme coins and altcoins. Ramon, drop down and come back.
No, we can go to Monka S.
You couldn't hear the speakers. That's why we're not letting you speak.
No, I know, but I'm good now.
Okay. Oh, you came back? Okay. We'll get to you. All right, Ramon, go ahead. You've been waiting. My bad, man.
All right. A couple of things. There's a Pepe channel on Telegram. They're constantly saying to migrate. That can't be good, right? If they always want people to migrate.
That's a scam. Don't
no matter what they do, they're migrating.
Yeah, don't listen to that. It's a scam. Is my
I know.
guess.
Yeah, you go on and you get screwed, right?
Yeah, there's no migration happening
and then,
with Pepe.
Yeah.
Make sure you check official links all the time.
Yeah, do
Go to
not.
the
Well,
do not get in
it did go from the 69, the blue one, the on-chain summer one, the blue Pepe. I think it did go from ether to base, but that's one time.
I don't know which
Not
one you're
constantly.
talking
Make sure
about.
you check. Just make sure you check official links all the time.
Yeah, the one that's Pepe 069 blah blah blah, the blue one. Anyway, I heard that China right now is going through 2008, like how that we went through. You know, like their whatchamacallit? Their something, I don't know, some industry, the housing market. It's it's going it's filled with bad loans, like 2008 was here. And XRP is going to be in every Chinese bank, like partnered with SWIFT. Did you hear that?
Yeah, we heard that.
I mean, there's got to be good for it, right?
Can I comment on that? Because I actually am a relayer for the XRPL. Did you say that you believe that XRP is going to replace SWIFT?
No, they're teaming. It's complementing it.
Complementing with the SWIFT network. Okay,
yeah.
I would definitely tell you to be careful when people are saying things like that, because a lot of times people are just running with hype and speculation. As I said to you, I am a relayer between the XRPL and the Corium network, and I can guarantee you that if SWIFT and Ripple were working together, it would not be public knowledge right now, right? It's a very, very, very difficult thing to accomplish, to integrate the XRPL with SWIFT right now at its current landscape. Is it a possibility? Sure, but I would just encourage you to do more research and be very, very careful about taking advice from people saying things like that, because I can tell you that it's a lot more that's needed to go into that, and that's literally huge.
Yeah, and they're printing new money in China, and on it is a big wave, a ripple, a ripple wave. I don't know. This is,
Yeah, and that's more just hype and speculation. I can almost promise you that has no bearing on anything with what Ripple is actually doing in conjunction with SWIFT. So yeah, just definitely.
All right, and if you guys could give me some advice, one of my wallets, I kind of screwed up and lost it because it's an Opera wallet, right? They don't give you both keys. I didn't realize that some wallets don't give you both keys. So I deleted the account thinking it was imported, and it wasn't. So now I don't have the private key, and I don't think I have the C phrase either.
You're screwed.
Opera says that it's on my phone somewhere, saved. They just won't tell me exactly where.
Just be careful. Don't give anyone your information if you find it.
No.
But yeah, if you don't have your seed phrase or private key, unfortunately,
no, but it's supposedly it's saved in the key store. I have an Android phone, and they have a key store in the phone. Like they save it. It's saved without your knowledge. But I can't get to it. I'm not a developer. But no advice on that besides, to begin with, not losing it.
Zach, you got anything on that?
Maybe Matasco does. I'm bringing him up, but unfortunately, I don't know. Maybe he's got something on that one.
Yeah, Mutasco might have.
I linked it with the FIO protocol. FIO.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah.
FIO. Well, yeah, on Opera, they advertise on Opera and on the Opera wallet to buy domains and handles. So I linked handles and domains to the public address to try to save it, but I don't see anything so far.
Have you reached out to their support team?
Yeah, did they just tell me I have to look myself? Yeah, Opera doesn't support too well.
I don't know if Mutasco would have anything on this. He's much more technical than I am. So is Zach. Mutasco, do you have anything on this? Yeah, I don't think he has
Guess
anything. Yeah, Ramon. If somebody does have something for Ramon and you want to come up and help him out or send him a DM, we always want to try to help if we can. But that's kind of all I got right now, man.
Yeah, you know what's funny? In Telegram, somebody hit me up, and they put like customer service like as their name, and like straight out like towards the beginning of the conversation, they're like, "What's the seed phrase?" Like
Scam.
And you gave it to him.
I know. It was just funny how up front and bold, like person just went for it. Like what's the seed phrase, by the way? Hoping I was an idiot.
What happens. That's what happens on Telegram. Honestly, join the Crypto Breakfast Club Telegram, and you can always reach out to the admins, myself, and stuff. But when you put any kind of support out into Telegram, scammers.
Oh no, I know that. So. Telegram used to be all scams. Right now, it's like turned into crypto stuff. But Telegram used to be a straight up scam. Period. I used to stay away from it. Period. But now it's got crypto, like the hamster wallet. Not the wallet, but the hamster coin.
Just be careful.
Mutosco, do you have anything for Ramon, and then we can keep it moving?
No, what was it? I missed it.
Yeah, like the address is still alive. I deleted the account, but it's not like, it's still there. Like the address is still working. I just, don't have a private key or a seed phrase. But I have handles attached to it and a file domain attached to the public address. And it's in the key store / keychain in my Android phone. So that's their version of vaulting your information without you knowing, like for your safety. So yeah,
there's really nothing that you can do at this moment in time. If you do have access to send your funds off of that wallet, I would encourage you to do that and just start over. But for the most part, that wallet is
I can't get to it. Actually, on MoonPay, that wallet is actually on MoonPay also, on a MoonPay wallet, embedded in the MoonPay wallet also. But I just can't get on the other side of it. But
yeah,
on that.
Unfortunately, if you do not have the seed phrase or the private key, you cannot get your assets. Yes, everything is alive, but without that, you're kind of shit out of luck.
No, I hear you, but I'm just saying, I didn't realize that not every wallet gives you both keys. They give you just one key, Opera Wallet, and they themselves tell you that your private key is saved in your phone. If you want it, go get it. It's just
Ramon,
hard to get for me because I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, get into our Telegram, man. We don't want to just continue on. We'll try to help you over there. Get into the Crypto Breakfast Club Telegram.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll do our best, but we want to get the conversation back on track, brother. Monka S, what's up?
Oh, yeah, you could have got it back on track a long time ago.
It's all good, man. I was giving you a minute. I wanted to see if we can get you help, but it's looking like it's coming up empty right now. So, Monka S, what's up?
No, it's all good. I appreciate it. I'll see you in the Telegram room.
Hey, what's good, Zach? How we doing today? Good space going on as usual. Good morning, Zach from Subway, Zach Humphries, and I hope we paid X. A nice one, bro. We see what's happening in the market. And I think, just 2 days or yesterday, I came late on the space when you were trying to wrap it up or something like that. This week been hella busy for me, but if you'll be... Nevertheless, we stay consistent and resilient. So we got to try to show up every day. You feel me? So we're back on it again. It's Monka S. So yeah, talking about the market, looking at how the whole politics is going, and everybody trying to choose a crypto as the major agenda so they can get votes from people and things like that. I don't know though, but I feel like to me, I have this weird feeling about this because these guys want to use crypto to try to lure people to, vote for them. Well, who knows? But I feel like Trump is a bit serious about it. But nevertheless, with these people or without them, crypto is still going to thrive, though. You get me? crypto is he gonna thrive with them or without them? Because funny enough, crypto is not only in the U.S., it's almost everywhere. Well, I understand the fact that it's kind of like I don't know. Seems like it's more people looking up to the U.S. when it comes to the crypto news too, from what's happening about Trump. So with the way things are going, crypto is going to thrive a lot, and Trump supporting it. I think if I was a U.S. citizen, I'm voting for Trump. So everybody here, I don't know, you're from the U.S., I think you should vote for Trump because, yeah, you also want the market to be good, so it's easy for you to make money for your family. It's easy for you to, achieve the dreams and all the things you want to do in life. So the ETFs, I don't know. I feel like this dump was actually I feel like it was planned. I'm not gonna lie to you, for real. Because why did Germany dumping the Bitcoin when the ETFs are supposed to be out? Because they know people with the hope of 2nd of July, 4th of July, that's when the ETFs are gonna be out. They're gonna be people are anticipating market to go up, those kind of things. A lot of people even longed their positions, long trading, and feel like, the market's going to be there, it's going to pump and things like that. And now when it reached, I think it was on the 4th or 5th of July or something, when the market started tanking so hard. Now that's when the Germany started dumping their Bitcoin. And immediately after that, we had the ETFs. I think there was the filing, so they're in the last phase right now. And now in Trump, I think Zach. There's a show I saw Trump going to be a speaker or something in crypto. I don't know. Can I confirm that?
Yeah, we were talking
I saw something like that.
We were talking about it at the top of the space. I put a video out last night. I got an email actually from the person from Bitcoin Nashville right before they made it public, or right at the point where they made it public or whatever, saying that they just added Donald Trump as the main speaker at Bitcoin Nashville later this month. The conference starts 2 weeks from today. Runs July 25th to the 27th. He'll be speaking for a half hour on the 27th, the last day.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is impressive. So, although we gonna see what he's gonna talk about, but I see it's gonna be, I don't know. I hope when he comes in, because I feel like he's winning already. People prefer Trump to Biden.
Also,
so let's see what it's gonna be.
Real quick, so I don't forget this, Monka S, and for everybody out there listening, we got well over 2,000 on Twitter and YouTube live right now, and we got 100 in the space. So that's awesome. If you guys are going out to Bitcoin Nashville, get a hold of me somehow. Send me an email. My email's attached to my company email's attached to my YouTube page, or DM me on Twitter if I follow you or whatever. Get a hold of me, and which we'll try to meet up out there. I'll be definitely. I'm hanging out with 4 or 5 other YouTubers that we got a little spot, but maybe we can all meet up for a drink or something, or meet up at the conference. So would love to meet some people out there. Just as a little side bit. But go ahead, Monkas. And then we'll go to Free Trump. And Mutasko's got his hands up too. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Okay, all good. So that's what we're talking about. The whole market, the whole sentiment of crypto now is getting higher, and with Trump getting in, a lot of countries gonna adopt crypto so fast. They're gonna even the ETFs is gonna. Many of them are gonna apply for ETFs. Some of them just gonna go straight up, sign into law. Supporting crypto, they can do a lot of transactions through it. So that's one of the things we need Trump for. Trump is going to make it more popular. Though it's popular already, but it's going to give it that legitimate view, or people are going to see that, crypto is finally not really a scam. The U.S. government is fully in it. So that's what's going to happen. So yeah, we all just get ready for everything, though. I think the market is going to bounce back. Well, let's see. They want to do it, I think, unannounced or something like that. So we just all got to be ready. Stay consistent. Stay resilient, to say. Because these are the trying times in the market. Wherever you're holding, you don't need to get shaken out, You're holding, though. This is one of the good times, though, because why? This is when you see projects that are not really strong. They don't survive times like this. A lot of scam projects die out in times like that. So the strong projects that have a narrative, they're actually just gonna stand out and just gonna push in, and that is actually what's gonna make you feel like, oh yeah, you're in the right place. So whatever token you're holding, you know that this is the trying times. You got to stay stronger. Than Max beat the deeps, and I tell you, there's people, they coming for your bags too. The ETFs guys, they coming for your bags too, because one thing I understood for them going over to Solana, looking to get Solana ETFs, it means that they going for the meme coins. Because tell me, I was expecting maybe they gonna go for like XRP ETF or something else, like something next to after like ETH, in terms of market cap or something like that. But now they going to like they going for Solana. Why are they going for Solana? They going for Solana because a lot of meme coins are there. A lot of meme coins at hundreds of millions and even billions. They're there. So that's one of the things. They know the meme coins are going to attract a lot of retail people. You get me? So that's why they're going for Solana too. I'm not going to be surprised they go for Ton. The Ton chain. The Ton chain is too young, and it's even owned by Telegram. But that's going to be like in the future, but not really now. So that's just the thing. That's my point. And by the way, it's your guy Monkey Ass. We always going to be here every time and try to talk about things and also talk about ourselves. The project, it's a Nevers Pepe. We're a partner with Zach. Zach is a base guy. He's been talking about us pretty almost in all the spaces, and he said he also have a YouTube video about us. So we right now on the deep right now. But yeah, we don't give a fuck about dips because we know they don't last, because we know the vision and we stay strong, we stay resilient, Times like this, we're always going to double the hustle, because why? We know where we're going to. And if you don't know about Monkey S, just look it up. If you can ask your Google. So imagine you can even find the narrative on Google. You can find the narrative on Grok right here. Just ask, what is Monkey S? And you're going to see that it is tied to Pepe. It is a Pepe derivative. It is Pepe himself, but in the never stay. So the meme was created back in 2011, and it's a popular Twitch emo. So definitely, this bull run Pepe is going to be running so hard also, leading the bull run for the circle. So it's going to be like a season of the frogs. So you better want to keep yourself positioned in it, because that's the vision though. Because in the bull run, Pepe is going to go to multi-billions. And when you think Monk is going to go, just like Apple's stock here, currently at 200 mil right now. All-time high is 400 mil. And if you go to Know Your Memes, go check out Monkey S, check out Apple. Apple's Tiger has only 700,000 views, but Monkey S have over 3.6 million views. So we are like 4x higher than it when you check the database and all of that. So just do your research, fam. We're here for the long term. And thanks a lot, Zach. Thanks a lot for you guys. I always enjoy the space. I know now we're growing, as more people joining, people who have brains, sharing knowledge and all of that, compared to the stat, Before it was all completely chilling, like most people chilling, but I think people joining right now, they all have like serious valid points to say. So yeah, thanks a lot, bro.
Real quick, let me tell you something. I voted for Trump twice, but Trump without help would screw crypto up, because he just goes off the rails with this shit. I like the guy. I voted twice for him, but he doesn't really know what he's doing. I don't think. I mean, with help, yeah, if with the right people. I think that's why he's getting involved with, he's getting involved.
Go ahead, Zach. Ramon, for future reference too, just don't jump in. We try to keep it organized if we can. People's hands are up. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, just raise your hand. Let's go to Free Trump and then Mutasco.
Okay. So was the guy that was just speaking, Monk AS, all his points that he made, perfect. I mean, that's knowledge right there when that guy talks. All right. And I missed a couple of the other people that were chiming in, but I've been in and out doing some other stuff. But I wanted to say another great spaces, and I am going to add something here, but this is just from my perspective. And remember, I'm probably at least double the age of the average crypto holder. So I'm pushing 50 here. I'm about ready to check out from this place. But when we're talking about the market in general, long term, it's bullish. Okay, long-term market in crypto, this is the new Wall Street. All right, we are still in the infancy stages. The people that are running the show don't need time, they don't need money, they don't need land, and they don't need anything else. They have what's called generational wealth. If they're at the top, they're set, their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren are set for life. They don't need money, okay? They don't need time. They're not on a time crunch like we are. That's where a lot of people probably get confused on, hey, how come this isn't pumping? Why is it taking 2 years to pump? You know, Bitcoin dipped this year. It's not going to pump for the next cycle. They don't even need a cycle, okay? Because to them, it's going up no matter what. They don't care. They got $1 billion in. It'll be $10 billion in 10 years. They no longer need money. They're letting us come along for the ride. That's the way I see it. They're letting us make some money that we're coming along for the ride. That's all we're doing is riding a coattail. So crypto is the new Wall Street. The ETFs were created to debase crypto. They were created to keep some money on Wall Street. I am completely against ETFs. To me, they offer no value for crypto whatsoever. But it's there for checks and balances. Okay, so like if you're not sure about crypto, you'd rather stick to Wall Street, give me $100, I'll buy you an ETF. That's what the stockbrokers are there for. That's why they got those ETFs in there. So they still control all the aspects of crypto. It doesn't matter if you're thinking about it, you're going to ape in, or you're going to sit on the sidelines. They're controlling the whole narrative in crypto. And the other thing I wanted to touch on real quick is, you know, there's so much with crypto, we don't even think about it, like gas fees. All right? When you're driving your car, what happens? You're polluting everything, right? Supposedly. And there's byproducts. You know, some moisture drips out of the tailpipe, all this other stuff. So there's byproducts to everything, which is why we don't, I don't want to say it, which is why we don't use hydrogen burning cars. So with the gas fees and all this other stuff happening, there's somebody or something out there ready to capture the byproducts in crypto. So a lot of people, when we limit ourselves to think about the pump, the meme coin narrative, you know, when is the market going to pump? When's Bitcoin going to 100K? When we limit ourselves to think like that, it's not a bad thing, but I don't like to limit myself on things like this. I like to keep my brain actively seeking the next avenue for an opportunity. And this is just me from my perspective. Hopefully some younger ears hear this, because you are in the new Wall Street. $1,000 today will be $1 million in 10 years. All right. That's not financial advice. And I didn't name any specific coin. It's the overall market. And I just wanted to be clear that there's a disparity here between generational wealth and some walking around money. All right. I don't care about walking around money anymore. I don't even care really about generational wealth. My generation and the people above me, we're pretty much set if we're still around. We're good. But when you're 20, 18, 20, 30, and you're looking for an opportunity to become a millionaire, because let's face it, you wouldn't be here if you weren't wanting to become a millionaire. But if you're looking for an opportunity to become a millionaire, you're in it already. The crypto market, the Fibonacci line, is going to continue to rise. Yes, it's going to dip. Yes, it's going to crash, but it's just going to come back stronger. All right. So right now, just because we had a crash on the 4th of July doesn't mean we're going to stay here very long. Okay. I'm anticipating personally a meme coin, like crazy pump. I'm talking like at least 100x pump within the next few months. So not necessarily Bitcoin, not necessarily the altcoins. They'll have their day in court. But what's coming up now is they want to get people into crypto. They want to get new wallets. They want to get new blood. And with that, you're not going to get new blood by saying, hey, buy a Bitcoin for $75,000 or $50,000, or maybe you go to $20,000. Buy a Bitcoin. That'll scare people off. But they will get people in by saying, holy crap, there's a meme coin you could buy and you could 1,000x your cheddar. That will attract a lot of people. That'll attract a lot of young blood. So coming from my perspective only, as an old ass man, the crypto market is bullish now, and it's going to be bullish forever.
Love it. Great details there and great things shared. Appreciate that as always. Free Trump. Just want to say thank you again. This has been awesome. We're going to continue to do it this way. We've got well over 2,100 people with us listening to this space, not only here just in the space, but I'm live on X and live on YouTube. 2,080 people combined listening to us right now on the live streams, in addition to who's on the space. So appreciate everybody. Lutasco, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Zach. Thanks for having me. I put up a few comments because I was listening in and out. So I probably missed. There was a guy that was talking about security. I wish I had heard everything that he was trying to describe, because sometimes, even if I don't know, I probably have something I can share somewhere and somebody can go look at it. I kind of heard it partially, so if the person is still in here, I don't know what he was describing, but someone said something yesterday, and this is somebody who has done over 25,000 developer hours on blockchain. Okay, so he knows what he's talking about, at least. And I never even thought about it this way. So he used the service that's called revoke.cash, whatever, and other services that crypto provides, right? And he made a point. I never even thought about it that way. And I've always said this, like, you know, people have like Zerion and all kinds of convenience-based third-party platforms that people like to use for convenience, right? What he said actually kind of struck me in a different way. I need to do some more research on it. But he said these companies that are providing these services, right? Today you use it, it's good. It provides a specific service. But as they build their network effect to a certain extent, their business model can change. And when it changes, you've left some social graph or on-chain graph or whatever data point on, just like how VC-backed projects use active network touch points to raise billions of dollars. They do that too. And so what could possibly happen is the services, the type of service that they're offering could change. And if it changes, you could become a potential victim, right? Think about it for a second. And I know I don't have the time to dive into all of that, but, you know, a good funny example I'll give you is EOS. They had a space yesterday. Everybody knows EOS. They're like on over 100 exchanges, okay? There's the most liquid asset. But you all know their story, right? When it came in 2018, they had like, I think it's Block.1 that did their ICO, and they I don't know if anybody's broken that record. They did about $4 billion. And Block.1, somehow things changed, okay? Long story short, that relationship fell apart. And if you go on BitcoinTreasury.com, Block.1 still sits on over 140,000 Bitcoin. Okay, that's about $6 or $8 billion. The reason why I'm saying this is relationships now can change. Business models, business solutions can change. So when you're using these services, just like we always say, when you're doing a giveaway, you're playing a giveaway, you're on Telegram or whatever, be careful. The way you're careful is do not use your most secured or most dense wallet, okay? Always, these wallets, like within seconds, you can create a wallet. Even if you're concerned about leaving kind of, what do we call it? If you're concerned about leaving your footprint on chain, you have easy ways to avoid that, okay? So I'll leave that there. I wanted to comment on the political stuff, right? I was in an event last night, and I'm just gonna throw this out there so people can kind of have a take. And I'll post something that somebody did that was very, very impressive. Like, they summarized the entire debate in a way that was completely unique, that I've never seen so far since the debate. And what they said, and this is what I took out of it, I said to myself, for those that are just hailing Trump, and I don't have any opinion on either side. I just look at the economy. I look at what, if you're going to pump my bags in crypto, go for it, okay? But here's the thing. The event I was in last night, a friend invited me. These were older people, right? And I met a group of people from Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, okay? And I kind of did I engaged with a few people, but I was like, it's very hard to crack some people at a certain age. So there's the voting block, there's like the demographics, it's hard to crack into their heads on certain things, right? So we're in crypto and we're in our bubble. And we're talking about crypto. If a politician stimulates our interest by using crypto terminologies, we're like, yay, crypto. But what we want to be cautious about is what could potentially happen to Trump, like what happened to Hillary, okay? And I'm just going to leave it at that and have people think, okay? Either way, the stock market combined now, I think the amount of benefit that has been yielded out in the stock market of the United States, I think that the report said it's actually dwarfed the entire China stock exchange market, okay? So regardless of how you're going to look at what is going on, try to look at other things that we're not even talking about. And that's what I always like to look at because, again, we can all get confused. If you look at what I posted about the recession, yes, interest rate starts hiking. You all heard, what's her name? Elizabeth Warren was pounding on Jerome Powell. You need to stop raising the rates. Whatever. Whether she won or not, nobody knows. But I shared a screenshot that tells you it's a predictor. It's not accurate. It's not like 100%. I think the only time that there was a black swan where the unemployment number went up by about 1% and it didn't lead to a recession was in the 80s, okay? This data literally went from 1949 to 2020. So regardless of how you pick your data, you're like sample this. Yeah, in the last 6 months, the wave is the Trump or the wave is whatever. Focus on some things. Broaden your scope a little bit and it will help you minimize your biases, right? If you look at that, you can kind of see, are we above 1%? I don't know. But what I've heard people say about, the rate cut could lead to, it's bad news. What they're not addressing is this. And I reference a guy called Tom Lee. He's done an extensive report on this, right? And the report dates back 1971. It says that every single time the first rate cut happened, okay, it led to 100% of the time the stock market ripping, okay? So whatever you're going to look at, does it still have 6 months in it? Who knows? Does it have a year in it? Who knows? That's a debate. But what we're going to see right now is that you're going to have all these spins about, I don't care. I'm looking at the ISM data. I'm looking at, is it contracting? What's going on? And behind the scenes, I'm also looking at data that is telling me from manufacturers of CEOs of manufacturing companies that actually drive this economy that have literally mixed views, okay? And for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, just go look up ISM.com and then look at, these are like direct feedback from people that actually have their hand on the check, okay? They write the checks, they pull the trigger on every company expenditure decision. So this is not like some guy on Twitter trying to say, oh yeah, I'm not saying, go look at the data, and then it will inform you of what is actually happening, right? Obviously, the ISM contraction has been there for a while. It's below 50%. So that means generally the economy is in contraction. That's okay. But is it really? Okay, that's what you want to ask. And then you start going into the data. But what I just posted, again, this is just on what you guys have talked about. What I do want people to focus on is Ethereum, okay? And I'm looking at this purely on data. And I know, Zach, you're going into that now, and the ETFs and stuff. I've posted a screenshot on what actually will attract these guys, right? You're looking at revenue. If you go on Token Terminal, you pull out revenue and fees on all the ecosystems, right? You can say Solana is this, Solana that. But if you look at the data tells you something different. Now, if it's a Wall Street guy that's used to squeezing people on fees, guess who they're going to go for, right? So the data would tell you one thing. The speculative talking heads would tell you another, okay? What you want to do is collect all of that information and then decide what you want to do. And for me, my view is this. Do not underestimate the entire Ethereum ecosystem, okay? Do not underestimate it. It's a big deal. It's a big deal because in the last week alone, I think the entire top 5 layer 2s, the unique deposits that go into these, and before you get Ethereum into a layer 2, you have to hoops onto different layers to get in there. And there's a data point that shows that number has gone down from 250,000 unique addresses deposits in April to this month, going down to 50, I think it was 35,000 or 53,000, one of those numbers. I don't have that on top of my head, but it came out drastically. But if you just stop there, you think, okay, oh my gosh, the Ethereum layer 2 is going down. No, it's money moving. It's activity moving on one other side. Where is it going? Maybe on the base chain, who knows? You have to pay attention to the data and stick around. Ethereum is going to do great. Crypto is going to do great. But what is important is Ethereum has been the most matured when it comes to, if you're going to talk about Solana meme coins, think about the maturity of the meme coins within the Ethereum network. And then use that as a gauge on how you're going to allocate your risk, okay? And I'm going to shut up. I hope, this makes sense. I'll keep posting stuff in the comment section because there's one thing to say one thing, but there's another to at least support it with some information. So if anybody doesn't know, you go read it and then get more informed and make your decision from there.
As always, Mutasco, thank you, and a ton of great insight. I agree 100% there with what you said based on Ethereum here, with Ethereum ETFs coming. I was actually looking at Solana. Of course, Solana ETFs, that conversation heating up. Solana is still sitting above its 200-day moving average, been consolidating for a month. Looks really, really solid. Zach, I know you can look at that from a trading standpoint, but despite all this market downturn and craziness, Solana's over its 200-day moving average still, looking really, really strong. So I've been stacking Solana too. But to the Ethereum point, because it seems like we're pretty much there, all the filings are in, and it could be days, weeks away. We don't exactly have that date or whatever, but yeah, I agree with Mutasco 100%. The largest 2 ERC20 tokens, right? Two of the largest, SHIB and Pepe. We know how big those communities are. Chainlink, obviously tied into the Ethereum ecosystem. Ondo Finance. These sort of assets are definitely going to be ones to watch. Ethereum name service, very volatile. Lido DAO, another one. Just some things to think about and consider. Really, I think short-term or long-term here with ETFs. Zach, you're going kind of like, I don't know if you're muted or not. Do you want to jump in? Or on my end, it just says that you're unmuted, but maybe you actually are. Okay. I'm not sure if Zach can hear us, but let's go to Andy real quick. And I know Devon had his hand up. Andy, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Mutasco, that was well said, by the way, because I always had a sort of wishy-washy back and forth with Solana Ethereum, which one's going to, be the dominant in this bull run. And I think that your little speech there gave me the thumbs up on Ethereum. I'm very bullish on it. I just want to touch back on the political aspect, just because I had my hand raised up all the way back then. You guys were talking about Trump. Here in Canada, obviously, we have Pierre Poilievre. Extremely bullish on crypto, which I think is going to be a huge thing once he's elected. He even said to get out of inflation, get into Bitcoin. which is probably a smart move on his end. I also wanted to touch in on the Wall Street aspect, saying that this is the new Wall Street. I think I'd mentioned this about 2 weeks ago. This is our 1792. This is our birth of a huge market. Still super early. I think it's somewhere around 4 to 6% of people are in crypto at the moment globally, which is extremely small number. Still very early, still very bullish, and good luck to everyone on this bull run, and Solana all the way, baby.
Appreciate that, man. Yeah, Zach, I was just going to say, drop down. I'll bring you back up. He was kind of rugging out a little bit. Devon, did you have something? I saw your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the guy, but I think he left. I'm not sure because I heard somebody, I think it was Free, who was saying that he doesn't like the ETFs. And as a financial consultant, right, in all my years in finance, one of the things that I was absolutely just bullish on was the fact that we had a spot coming. And I knew that a spot was eventually going to come because, we had the futures ETF trading, right? And that's what ultimately brought a lot of value to this space. One of the things why I love the spot ETF is because I actually have a fiduciary responsibility to my clients, right, and to the people that I'm managing their portfolio. And we could not offer any crypto services, but now that we have the spot ETF, we can give people exposure to the crypto field. And we know that this asset class is going to mature more and more. ETFs are going to come. And what that does is for the boomer generation, right? And when we talk about the transfer of wealth, we're literally talking about the older generation giving over some of the hugest amounts of money in American history, right? Trillions of dollars is going to be pretty much inherited to the next generation, I believe, which is Generation X, right? So that generation is going to literally inherit a transfer of wealth, and most of the people in that generation class and to the millennials are investing inside of the cryptocurrency asset class, right? And we have an advantage being here in this space, right, early, that we actually know how to self-custody. But as you just heard in this space earlier, there was somebody who was still having troubles managing his personalized wallet. Now, imagine if you actually have a client who's just not familiar with finance at all, and they're looking to somebody to help guide them in this space. Most people just do not simply want to manage their own portfolio. Most people don't even want to self-custody in the world, right? So that's why when I was building my solution, I was looking to make it as easy as possible to onboard. And if you look at Coinbase, what they're trying to do with their self wallets, right, where anybody can plug into it. It's very simple, very straightforward. That's what the ETF essentially does. It gives people who are in that traditional mind accessibility to want to invest in crypto, have exposure, while also having insurance and minimizing their risk to this asset class, because like it or not, this is a very still volatile asset class in the minds of the average consumer. So for me, I love the ETFs. I am libertarian. I do believe in self-custody, but that responsibility shouldn't be on the average consumer. It shouldn't be on grandma, right? She just simply won't understand it. So I just wanted to get insight and hear from people why they don't like the ETFs, because I'm absolutely bullish on ETFs for this asset class.
That's great stuff. I think it might have been Mar who mentioned it. We'll get to Mar here in just a sec. But, to your point, I was talking to my investment guy and CPA, and, the fact that they couldn't even have the conversation, which I think I heard you just kind of reiterate that. And now at least it opens the door to say, hey, this is an option for you. I think that's huge. And I think, when I look at it from my standpoint, like from my opinion here, it's like there's definitely good and bad, and I get it. A lot of people who don't like ETFs are like, hey, it's going away from the whole decentralized nature, right? It goes, they're kind of maxis on that principle. But I would just say, how else do you expect the market to grow if we don't have ETFs, right? And for the people who can self-custody, that's great. But I'm sure you know this, Devon, a lot of people don't want to do it. They got their lives and they feel comfortable having other people do that and keeping it in the background. How many people really check their 401k? You would know this better than me, right? How many people look into it? Maybe once a year, twice a year, as long as that number's like somewhere in that range, in that ballpark, they're cool, right? And I think a lot of people already think like that, especially older generations. And now they can have exposure to, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever else comes here by way of ETF. Maybe Solana is on the horizon, right? So I think, you know, having the choice, sure. If you want to go learn self-custody, you want to take control of your own keys, great. If you want somebody like Devon to manage your portfolio and you don't want to think about it, out of sight, out of mind, but you know you got exposure to Bitcoin, Ethereum, great. I think it's all good. Devon, I'll let you respond. Go ahead, and then we'll get up to Ian.
Yeah, just very quickly. And that's one thought that I had, because you just brought up a very interesting point, right? We know that in Satoshi's white paper, he never talked about things like ETFs. But one of the things that I try to encourage people to understand, that Satoshi, when he created the Bitcoin network, Satoshi was a developer. It was an amazing idea, but he was not a CPA. He was not an economist. He did not understand how to scale financial products to the entire financial system, to the entire globe. He had a good understanding enough to create something that was fantastic, but he did not in that paper understand financial products. And we can easily see that if you have a background in finance, right? So it takes other people, which is the whole purpose of this essentially this experiment that has spread and become legitimized, is to all of the great minds come together and expand on what it is that he started, right? Satoshi was not a maximalist by any means of the imagination, right? He wanted this thing to spread. He wanted a peer-to-peer payment system. But if you're going to be in this asset class, you have to understand that the big boys are going to come in, and for them to come in, they're going to need financial products to sell to us. So I think it is important for us to take advantage of buying the underlying asset that will fund them. This is the first time in American history, and I can't stress that enough, that you get to front run the institutions. But the institutions will come, and we should want everybody to come. This is a decentralized network. That means that anybody can play, good or bad. I personally do not like the insurance companies. They're some of the worst criminals in the world, but they will eventually use this decentralized network because it should benefit us all. And Satoshi has given us an idea, but it's up to us as community members to grow and expand upon it. And that's all that a BlackRock is. They are an institution in this standpoint, but they're just not a major community member. In this community right here, we're bringing our voices together, and we're showing the power of the decentralized network. And if you do not want an ETF, you vote with your dollar. Hold the underlying asset, but please educate yourself as well, because self-custody is your own responsibility. You do not have the insurance of having somebody to take care of you. So if you're going to spend your money, educate yourself. These spaces are very important, and I want to commend you on that.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the great insight, too. And we hit another little record, I guess, for us. Over 2,200 people now live with us on YouTube, X, and on the actual space. So this has been awesome. I kind of stumbled upon it because I was live this morning for like 2+ hours. I said, you know what, let me try something here. And I think we're going to keep doing this, Zach and Paige. So 100%, this will definitely give us some reach. Make sure you guys are following the Crypto Breakfast Club, the Twitter account. I couldn't get them in here today because it was getting that feedback, but it's in my bio. Go up in the bio, follow that account. We got some cool plans in the works for that account too. So we're just trying to grow the brand and bring a bunch of people together and spread knowledge, spread information. Everybody's always welcome up here to come in and drop something on us. So Ian, go ahead, and then Free Trump, I heard you on mute there. We'll get to you, but Ian, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak. Definitely, just want to say appreciate all of you for all the good information you guys give every morning. Definitely appreciate that. My question is just in general. I wanted to get a consensus on Cardano and the next bull run. Do you guys think that's still a solid play or not?
I still really like Cardano. It's a long-term play. We talked about it yesterday about what they're doing from the decentralized standpoint and how basically the community is going to take over. Paid, if you're there and you're able to speak, you're a Cardano expert in my mind. Go ahead, man. What's your take on Cardano? What makes them different? Are you still bullish? I know the answer to that last one, but go ahead, brother.
Ian, here's my advice for you. Take your money and run. Cardano fucking sucks. Don't get into it. Take all the money you have and go somewhere else. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, Cardano's really good, dude. It's good, dude. It's gonna be the number one decentralized cryptocurrency come end of hopefully July, maybe early August. We talked about this yesterday, and we talked about it I think the day before also. But with the new hard fork coming in Chang, basically, Cardano becomes its own government, kind of. Like, it has governance. So, like, the Cardano, they already did the first constitutional draft, and they already did the first quote-unquote election where delegates all over the world got voted in, and they are now in control of the whole budget of the Cardano ecosystem. So all the money that is, like, held by IOHK, which is input-output, that was founded by Charles, and then, like, wherever else they have money, that is now in the hands of the delegates, and the delegates decide who gets what for what. So basically, it becomes literally a government. Why it's important in my eyes is, like I said yesterday, is this could be the future of how governments run. Because what you do is, as a project or as an individual, you can propose something to the Cardano delegates, and they can agree and have a vote and have, like, the whole ecosystem, the whole chain vote on whatever you want. Like, if we want to fund Mars airplane gas for a year, Mars can put in airplane gas for a year, send it to the delegates, all of the people vote for it one way or another, and then that's how it goes. Like, imagine that for, like, I don't know, the American people. I don't know, maybe, any country you can think of, especially countries that don't have a really good and robust, like, voting system. But imagine you're like, oh, there's potholes in the road, but there's also, problem with the corn crops or something. What do we think is more important right at this moment? Everyone vote for it. And then once that vote goes through, that's where the money's going to go. Like, that wildly changes what governments will, like, be if, other governments do accept it. So I think it's a big deal. Argentina, like we said yesterday, has signed a deal with Cardano, and they also mentioned that they're done printing money. They're the first country I know of that say we're not printing any more money, period. So, and that was 2 weeks after they, connected with Cardano. So I think give it a few years. If enough people get on board with it, if enough governments get on board with it, I think it's going to change everything. And again, the U.S. government is already in talks with Cardano to help fix voter fraud. And Charles is a big advocate for this already. So me personally, I have a project on Cardano, but that's not the main reason I'm in Cardano. I've been in Cardano for like 3 years. My project only launched this year. So I think Cardano's going to do very well. The problem with me is I think price for Cardano isn't going to go I don't even know, like another chain. Like, I think Cardano can probably get to like the 5, maybe the 5 to 10 range. Last cycle got right above 3 or right under 3. I think this year you get 5 to 10. But like I say always, the money's in the ecosystem. What is being built on Cardano right now? I think RWAs, like Mar always talks about, or even Zach talks about, is going to be huge for Cardano. Especially, again, with governance coming to Cardano. Hey, what kind of RWAs and how would those be affected by this governance, hard fork that's coming?
Makes sense. Thank you for that info. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate that breakdown, Paige. Just a couple tidbits here, and then we'll get to JW, and then we'll get to Free Trump, and then Devon. Just a couple little tidbits I retweeted here. For what it's worth, JP Morgan says crypto market will rebound in August. I don't know what on what basis, but there you go. That's what Jamie Dimon's saying today. And then just in, some pretty big news here. SEC officially ends its investigation into stablecoin issuer Paxos, declares BUSD is not a security. Kind of crazy. They put them through the ringer, right, and hurt the price, basically knocked them off their high horse, and then now they're ending their investigation into stablecoin issuer Paxos. Kind of crazy there. You know what else is kind of crazy? We've been going for 2+ hours and we haven't really had a full-on meme coin discussion. That's pretty wild. Tons of great things to get into today. So JW, what else do you have on this topic, man? Whether it's CPI data, ETFs, future of adoption, or what do you got for us, man?
So I've started to listen to Raoul Pal quite a bit lately. I was listening to one of his interviews. He was talking about how the central banks are dealing with the SEC and the Fed, and that basically a lot of things that are being done by the SEC right now are basically to coddle the central banks and hold huge projects back, just like when you just spoke about with these lawsuits that are being dropped. what are your take on this? I mean, because what he said made a lot of sense. I can't go in it verbatim, but it really got me interested. I really started paying attention as far as getting, the Fed involved with the interest rates, the SEC, the central banks. And, basically so the central banks are scared to death of crypto, but it's just a matter of time that, they're going to have to adopt because they're just going to be overrun in the future. What do you guys think about that?
No, I agree 100%. I can tell you just a little bit, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm really well versed in the banking industry. I've never worked there or anything like that, but I do know somebody very high up at Wells Fargo, and I will say this: they are very, very delicate and I guess you would say afraid of crypto because it basically comes in and attacks their entire model, right? I mean, at the core,
right.
At the core, what does crypto really mean? If you come at it from the angle that most of us are coming at it from, we don't need the bank. We don't need a middleman. We don't need an intermediary, right? We don't need or an intermediary. We don't need somebody to hold our money, right, and do with it what they choose. Who knows what they do with it in the meantime, right? I say the example all the time, like, go try buying a car with cash. You'll have to, send 2-3 wire transfers. And if it's a weekend, you got to wait. And it's like longer those days. Like, we don't need to do that anymore. That's just one example, right? So yeah, it basically laughs in the face of the old system. And so what comes of that? Obviously, I don't think, crypto is going to be denied or blockchain is going to be denied, but there's growing pains. I think we're kind of in that phase right now, but yeah, I think it's inevitable. I really do. I mean, so what does that look like? Yeah, go ahead.
No, please finish.
Basically, what does that look like for the banks? I don't know, but I can see the banks who get on board first having a huge advantage here, right? It's because it's this brand new world. It's just like anything else. You're going to have first mover advantage if you decide to obviously do it faster than your competitors, adapt faster than your competitors.
Yeah. What was it? Was it you or was saying Goldman Sachs was just recently talking about creating their own digital asset?
I didn't see that. I didn't see that in particular, but
yeah, that's that was a piece of information that I got, and and I foresee that. I don't see where they're going to have a choice. I think they're either going to have to jump on the wagon somewhat, or be left in the dust. And these are the big power players, man. And when you scare them, you got to be careful too, because what else could they do to harm the industry versus them coming on board. One other thing I want to say is, as far as Trump, I'm definitely voting for Trump. People talk about, how he doesn't know a lot about crypto, and I believe that. I don't think he is very in-depth on crypto. I could be wrong, but just the Republican Party and the politicians in general, I believe, have more of a stance, and probably a lot of them are even involved and hold assets. I'm sure there's some Democrats that do too, but it goes against their core beliefs, if you will. And I just think that whatever you're seeing, any productivity right now that's coming from the Democratic Party is strictly based on and oriented around the election. And then you got to think, if they do get in, and this goes both ways, how much, they could just retract everything they've agreed upon. They say, okay, we're in now. Gary, go get them, But I think with the Republican Party, it's not just Trump; it's the whole party. Their core values, their beliefs. I think that everybody's big industry. They want to see success. They want to see companies thrive. They want to see the markets thrive. I mean, fuel, energy. Look what's going on with that. Biden went in for how long? He shut down the pipeline. That's going to get reopened. It's just everything about Trump's policies and related to business and well-being are just so much better. I mean, and if you think of it that way, and I don't care where you are in life and in your your income or what have you. You know, yeah, okay, some parties are going to come in, they're just going to throw you money here and there, but the overall, it's just fundamentally better for everybody to be able to say, hey, I worked for my money, I earned it, and I'm prospering right now, versus here, go sit on your chair and don't do anything, just, you know, watch TV and we're going to cut you a check. So, and I know that's kind of a broad statement, but, you know, I'm just trying to simplify it, and that's where I'm at with it. So, and that's all I got for now, guys.
No, appreciate that, man. And just a little tidbit here. We just hit 2,300 people active with us, so we continue to move up on that. So that's good to see. Don't forget to share the space out, guys. And if you're listening here on one of the live streams, make sure you guys retweet the room or I guess like the room on YouTube or whatever. But yeah, Devon, I think you had something, and then we'll go to Mar.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say for the guy who was asking about Cardano, and I don't want to share my own space inside of yours, but I was just going to tell him that I co-hosted a space where I was interviewing Charles Hoskinson, and I believe that what they're doing is truly amazing. But again, I don't want to overshare my space and yours. So yeah, I was just going to show him the interview for giving more insight.
No, man, that'd be great. If you want to share it up in the nest, you could do that and drop it into the comments. I think a lot of people would love to see it. So definitely feel free to share it up there. Mar, what's happening?
Yeah, no, Zach, I just want to come in with something. I haven't mentioned about ETFs today, but I do speak a lot about it. I'm here to make money, and whatever brings more money into this space, even if it's not self-custody, I'm all good. The one, scary thing, not so scary, but I just would like to see self-custody evolve more, and ETFs could be something that it could damage that, because, at the end, crypto, we're here, for self-custody, and that's how I hold my crypto. That I don't expect everyone, because right now it's not easy. It's a little bit complicated, and people just want to, press the button, invest, and move on with their job or whatever, they have outside of the investment. We are, at least for myself, I'm in crypto 24/7. It's almost like it's a job already to me, and I have the time and the passion to learn about it. So yeah, I'm all in for ETFs. The one thing I do want to throw out there, for over a year and a half, and I'm not that much into stocks, but for over a year and a half, we had a stock undervalued big time. And there was blood for a year and a half, and not that many people saw it. And I bought a huge bag. I bought the Robinhood stock. I bought it under $9. It's already now at $23. I know that there's some hate towards Robinhood with the GameStop, whatever. I don't give a shit about that. These people are not playing around. And I'm telling you, ETFs has been in Robinhood for years. You could go in there and buy a Shiba ETF. You could buy IVAX ETF. You deposit cash, and you buy that shit with no stable coin. It's easy. Everyone that gets into crypto, they don't want to get into these meme coins that are still hard for them to buy because they got to download the app. They don't understand that shit. I've told them, get Robinhood, and they're in it for the long term, and they go in there and they buy a little bit of Bitcoin, Shiba, IVAX. They're like, wow, this is easy, man. This is just like buying a stock. And I'm telling you, I am super bullish on Robinhood stock, just like Coinbase. I'm super bullish on crypto and Robinhood, for the people that they just want to press a button and buy. It is the easiest. This argument, you will not win against me. This is the easiest place to buy crypto. I know there's only like 15 assets right now, but this thing is going to grow. It's going to be massive. And if they keep it just the way it is now, it's going to be huge, man. I think it's going to be huge for crypto. And they're basically ETFs. And I'm super bullish. And I'll tell you what, I bought the GameStop stock under $9. and I haven't even sold one. I doubled my money already, and I haven't even sold one. I am beyond bullish on this thing, and yeah, man, if we gotta get, I'm fine with ETFs, but we gotta start getting at least more, more dApps that are easier for self-custody, of course, but more exchanges like Robinhood. You sign up. It's easy, man. Anyone, and a 6-year-old could buy crypto in there, and a 90-year-old could buy crypto in there with no problem. But I'm super bullish, man, and it's something that people have faded for a long time. People were like, "Oh, Robinhood, whatever." And that's when you go in there and you buy, man. When there's blood on the streets and no one is talking about it, and soon people will be talking about it. And not financial advice. I think that stock easily could be over $100 in the future. And crypto, I think, is going to be great in that platform. It is what it is. What happened with GameStop, I hate it, but us investors, we have short-term memory. We move on and we jump into whatever it's going to make us money. But yeah, with ETFs, man, it's awesome. I know Ethereum is trying to get the ETF, but for me, all those cryptocurrencies on Robinhood, for me, they're all ETFs. And I forgot there's another exchange that's also a stock that's easy to go in there to buy our crypto. But yeah, man, I'm super bullish on that stock, and I'm bullish on Robinhood with cryptocurrency. And we all know they already bought an exchange up in Europe, somewhere in Europe. So that's a start. It's a start.
Yeah, Coinbase stock is another one really interesting right now with all of the things they have going, and it's a great way for people in the TradFi world to get exposure to crypto. I think Coinbase stock is another one to definitely watch. Obviously, the Bitcoin mining stocks have been pretty hot too. Zach, what do you got?
Yeah, I would like to see a pooled meme ETF with like SHIB, Doge, Pepe, something like that, where it's less risky. But I think that could be huge in the future, honestly. So, and a lot of people could get into this, and not really feel the huge risk like we do. I think that could be good for memes, because we know memes run everything, honestly. When you're onboarding into crypto, you kind of look at the top, SHIB, Doge, and then your eyes perk up a little bit, and then you kind of get into other riskier stuff. But for ETF, that could be huge. In the future, that's what I see down the line.
For sure. And there's a name for it, like, because we had talked about this before. Devon probably knows the name of this. Devon, what's the name of, like, if we wanted to take the top 20 cryptos and put it into an ETF? I mean, I know it's an ETF, but isn't there like a specific name for that? My buddy Todd, who's in TradFi, was telling me this. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but basically, taking the top 20, and then you have another one that's the top 50, another one that's the top 100, excluding stable coins or whatever. That would be interesting, I think, too. Go ahead, Devon.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I could barely hear you. I didn't want to change the subject, but I did have to run quickly. But I wanted to say, I've been listening to your spaces, and I am actually in the process of building my own project, and I wanted to offer some whitelisting to you guys, if that was okay. Or you give a moment to explain the project.
Oh, God, yeah. I love new projects. What chain? I'm all excited.
Yes.
What's your tokenomics?
I'm releasing an NFT, right? This NFT is going to be launched on the base chain. And what we are doing is we're trying to help kind of demystify the whole crypto space in general, right? So this is going to be an exclusive club. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the DGen Titans project, right? They did the Ape Runners on Ordinals. So my team is completely doxed. We're working with them. And what we're doing is releasing an NFT. It's going to be an exclusive club. And when you own this NFT, it's going to give you exclusive rights, because we're getting ready to launch a multi-chain marketplace. It's going to be very innovative, one of the first of its kind. I don't want to go into too much detail about it right now, because like I said, I am partnered with DGen Titans, which is also a major project in and of itself. But so we're going to offer a lot of exclusive rewards. airdrops. You're going to have first exclusive rights to airdrops. You're going to have first exclusive rights to in real life events. We have a few people who are on the TV show Power that I'm working with that is going to help promote. So we are doing a lot to help launch this marketplace, but we're going to release this NFT very shortly. So I wanted to offer whitelisting. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
My question is, when are you going to come on Shark Tank Wednesday? That's my first question. And second of all, the whitelisting, that sounds pretty good. What are the funds going to be used for? I'm not a huge fan on NFTs because I can't just sell it like a token, but I am definitely, if you perk my ears, I'm excited to get into it.
Okay, so one of the things that the funds are going to be used for is the multi-chain marketplace, right? Integrating into different chains is very, very difficult, but one of the benefits of integrating into different chains is that you get multiple communities to come together. That's one of the aspects. Another one of the aspects is this marketplace is going to have music streaming actually associated towards it. And my brother is actually on the TV show Power, and I have a few friends in the industry. And one of the things that happens in the music industry, especially when people are signing contracts very young, right? They're typically exploited, 360 deals, all kinds of that. So one of the things from my experience in finance and my experience with my brother in the music industry, we pretty much have recognized that the NFT space, because people when they hear NFTs only typically focus on the images and the art, which I believe has its own value in its own outright. But NFTs and music go hand in hand because an artist can actually write within the royalties. And if an artist isn't too greedy, right, and he puts, let's just say something like 5% royalties or something like that, people can do secondary trades. And then you're incentivizing your fan base to actually want to listen to your music even more because they're also going to be getting paid as they listen to your music, which they're going to listen to anyway. So building that integration, having it set inside of it, is a little bit more on the expensive side, but we've gotten a great team, especially with DJ and Titans, to help bring the price point down.
It sounds good. I mean, we like to keep the showing to a minimum, but hit me on the back channels, man. Let's get you on Shark Tank, and maybe we can.
Absolutely. Is that Wednesday? You said?
Yeah, that's Wednesday. Just reach out to me, Paid, or Zach Humphries, the other Zach on here. So we'll get you the details, but man, I'd like to hear more about it.
Please give me a follow so that way I can send you an inbox, because I'd definitely like to give you guys some whitelisting and talk to you on the back end as well.
Okay, let me follow you here. Yeah, follow you. Yeah, we'll give you all the details, man, but I think it would be a great pitch on Shark Tank Wednesday, and maybe we can send this thing. So nothing's financial advice.
By the way, I actually have a space with NFT Daily, which is one of the biggest NFT groups, and they're pretty big in the UK, a lot of followers, so I'm going to be doing a space with them. So if you guys would like to have more information on what it is that we're building, like I said, my team is completely doxed. This is my actual picture. You can follow me on anywhere and I'll give you more information, but yeah, we're going to be doing a space with them very soon.
One more question. Are you KYC'd? Because docs actually means nothing to me. My cat's docs, but
my wallet is KYC. Yes, I'll put it out there as well. Yes. That's that's why I said when we launched this exclusive group, right, we want to demystify a lot of the scariness of crypto, right? So I want to, everybody that's coming in that might be new, teach them about what KYC is, because some of these people might be hearing these terms and not actually know what it is. So that way they can actually spot a scam on spot, right? Because I actually know people who have been victims of that, and I want to help expose the scams and get rid of all the scams within the industry.
That's really good. I'm KYC too for my project, but after the space or even during it, send me a message and I'll get you the details. But I think this would be really good for Shark Tank Wednesday.
Oh, I'll be back, and I'll definitely keep in contact with you. Thank you.
100%. There was somebody I met, Devon, I don't know if they're tied in, but there was somebody I met at Austin that was explaining something similar. I'll look through I followed him, but I follow so many people back. I got to find out what the hell the company was. I don't think they were an NFT project, but maybe you can link you guys up and see if there's a partnership opportunity there. But
absolutely, I'd appreciate that.
100%, man. Really interesting. Yeah, we definitely, Zach, if you want to take the lead on that, Zach, and get with Devon after, that'd be awesome. Free Trump, go ahead.
So I just wanted a quick rebuttal. I'll make it real quick on why I'm against ETFs. And remember, like you said, this is not financial advice. but there are gold and silver spot prices. So like you can own physical gold, you can own physical silver, or you can go buy a paper certificate for the spot price. Okay. So like with an ETF, it's basically the same thing. Now they call gold and silver the spot price. They don't actually mention ETF. They've done away with that term because of the negativity surrounding it. So they actually just call it the spot price. And so like 30 years ago, you could buy gold for about $370 an ounce. And I don't even know what the price of gold is today. I think it's over $2,000 an ounce. All right. But whatever the return is, the spot price on Wall Street is like a 5% return on gold. I don't know what silver is, but on gold, it's like 5% return for the spot price in the past 30 years. In the past 30 years, you could have bought gold under $400 an ounce physical, and today it's over $2,000 an ounce. Now, I don't do math in public. I don't know what it is, all right? But to me, those sound real close, okay? Real close. What's the difference? You actually can own the physical gold. You can trade and barter and do whatever you want with it. Here's the caveat to this. Gold is super heavy, and if you own lots of it, it's a pain in the butt to carry around, and you could always it could get lost or stolen. So people do take comfort in owning spot gold, the ETF. And I totally understand that. And it's the same way trying to part a baby boomer. Try to explain to a baby boomer what Bitcoin is and what it can do. Try to explain to them what crypto can do and why it's the future. They have less time on Earth left than I do. I'm Generation X. I maybe have 20 years left. They'll be lucky to get 20 years in, okay? If they don't want to pass down that generational wealth in land or cash or houses because the next generations aren't going to be able to afford any of this stuff, they can put it into an ETF and store it there on Wall Street. It's stable, it's less risky, and I completely understand why they would want to do it. There's no possible way. I begged my parents to buy Bitcoin when it was at about $15,000 just 2 years ago. I begged them to buy Bitcoin. And my mother looked at me and said, no, I gotta wait until what my financial advisor says. Today, her financial advisor is telling her to buy Bitcoin because now it has an ETF. So she won't actually own Bitcoin, but she'll put it into an ETF. So not only did she strike out at $15,000, she's going to strike out ever seeing a return in her lifetime. However, she will pass it down with generational wealth. So there's really not a right or wrong answer to this ETF. It's all in your opinion. In my opinion, I'm against them. I want money now. I got enough to pass down. So with crypto, I don't believe, if I was 20 years old again, I would never touch an ETF. I would go right to the big dog, put it all into Bitcoin or Ethereum or anything else that might have a spot ETF correlated with it. That's what I would do. Because I hope I explained the difference of an ETF and ETF sentiment. Just because I'm against them doesn't mean they're a horrible thing. Yes, they debase crypto, but they do serve a purpose for someone somewhere.
Appreciate that, brother. No, it's great insight, and I love people having differing opinions. That's what makes these spaces great. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. We are going to slowly wrap it up. Proof of Zaza, I want to let you get in here, and then I'll give my final pitch here. Just keep it on task and no shilling. So what do you got for us?
Oh man, you just knocked me down off my horse, Zach. I was going to shill just a little bit.
Yeah, but we're not.
But it's fine. You could it's okay. You can shut it down.
If you're interested, Proof of Zaza, hit us up. We got Shark Tank Wednesday for that. Hit myself up, hit Paid up, or hit Zach from Subway up, and we can have a conversation about that. 100%, dude. So send me a DM. I think I followed you back, right? Yeah. Send me a DM, man. We can get on the back channels on that. But yeah, we're just keeping this one on task today because tons of great stuff that we've been talking about here. Just want to say thank you. We're closing out the show with 2,350 people listening in right now across the live streams and the X space right now. So amazing stuff. I think we just found a new little model to help grow the Crypto Breakfast Club and obviously to get more people in here. And if you're somebody listening on YouTube or listening on X and you have something to say, obviously you got to join it here on X, right? So I think we're going to get a lot of crossover because, luckily YouTube's been a big platform for me. We got a bunch of people over there. And then the X algorithm has been awesome with live streams too. So we got a new model for this. I think it's going to get even more interesting. And really, the numbers are great. Obviously, it's good for us, but more or less, I'm excited about bringing new people in here. Like Devon came up and spoke. I've seen him down there, listening in for a while. He added a ton of great things to the conversation today. I can't wait until we have more and more people like that coming in and sharing their expertise, and we can all learn and grow from it. So that's what it's all about. Mart, you got something to help close us out? What's up, brother?
No. I'm sorry. I just put my hand up. I was, these emojis thing, these things are so small, man. But it's a mistake.
Gotcha, bro. But yeah, man, I just want to say thank you again to everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. I started the live stream today on YouTube. We've been going for 4.5 hours on YouTube and X Live, which is crazy. I don't know if I got that in me every day, but we went live at like 7:30 a.m. Eastern, but we are going live 8:30 a.m. Eastern all the time. We're going to start doing the live stream on X and Twitter. We kind of stumbled across it today. So that way we lead up for an hour and then we do the space during the live too. And we're going to bring a lot more people in here and a lot more insight and a lot more value for everybody. So appreciate it. This has been a great one. Phenomenal. We will see you all tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, live stream starting back up tomorrow morning. And it's going to be epic. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your day and get out there and make some money. We'll see you guys. Appreciate everybody who listened in to the stream. This has been awesome. So we'll be doing these like this more often. We'll be going live here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern on X and YouTube. And then that leads right into the Crypto Breakfast Club, which you just saw lasted almost 2.5 hours. So appreciate you guys here on the live stream. I'm going to close it down for today. Thank you again. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. Follow if you're on X. Appreciate all the support, guys. We'll see you in the next one.